All right. All right. Okay. I think we're about ready to get going. Elisha, do we have what we need to get started?
Yes, sir. Channel 8 is ready. We are on air, and we are ready to go.
All right. Well, I will give a hearty welcome to everyone to the October 6, 2022 meeting of the Boulder City Council. And it is such a pleasure to have the public with us. Let's give a... It has been a very long time since we've done this together with people with us. So we're so glad that you could join us. And we have had a bit of a tradition during the COVID period of starting off right before the meeting with a dad joke. And we want to just continue that. So I'm going to turn to Councilmember Benjamin to kick us off here.
It's a little different when there's only 9 of us to respond to it, that's for sure. But it's worth to start with a little levity. What did the fisherman say to the magician? Pick any cod, any cod.
All right.
It's his worth when you have 40 or 50 grams.
It's okay to groan. It doesn't matter.
And,
Yeah, see?
and with that, so we'll go into a couple of announcements here. So COVID-19 vaccinations and testing. So for information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, go to boco.org/COVID testing. And the Boulder site for free testing is at 2445 Stasio Drive. That's open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And for vaccine information and provider locations, you can go to boco.org/COVID vaccine. And as I said already, welcome back to public participation in chambers. So with the public being back in chambers starting tonight, we want to remind you that we are offering the public to participate both virtually and in person. So you are asked to indicate on open comment and public hearing forms if you will be speaking virtually or in person. In-person speakers will speak first, and then virtual speakers will follow. All speakers are listed in the order in which they signed up. Now, speakers do have the option to change their location preference if needed by contacting the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@bouldercolorado.gov prior to the start of the meeting. And with that, I can't actually gavel us started because I don't have a gavel. I will call this meeting to order. And if we could do roll call, please, Elisha.
All right, sir. We'll get that gavel to you here immediately.
All right.
Our apologies. All right, we'll start tonight with Councilmember Benjamin,
Present.
Mayor Brockett,
Thrilled to be here.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Here.
Councilmember Joseph hasn't arrived yet, Councilmember Spear,
Present.
Wallach,
Here.
Weiner,
Present.
and Yates.
Delighted to be here.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Fantastic. And Junie has informed me that she'll be here any minute, so we should see her shortly. Okay, so we're going to get started with a couple of declarations. The first declaration is Indigenous Peoples Day declaration to be presented by Councilmember Folkerts. And take it away, Lauren.
Thank you. With Indigenous Peoples Day coming on Monday, October 10th, the Boulder City Council extends our gratitude to community members who developed the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution. Their collective and collaborative hard work in 2016 set a crucial foundation for the city of Boulder to reckon honestly with its past and for how we can honor, serve, and celebrate Indigenous nations and Indigenous communities and Indigenous organizations in the Boulder community. The Boulder City Council, which adopted Indigenous Peoples Day resolution in 2016 and continues to guide city Indigenous-related work, believes it is critical to underscore key acknowledgments in the resolution, along with additional information we have learned implementing the resolution. Indigenous people in Boulder respect the interdependence of all humanity and living things and celebrate a vast and rich living tradition through ancestral recognition and diversity of knowledge and perspectives, including sustainable practices. Indigenous people in Boulder have, in all parts of America's, endured centuries of cruelty, exploitation, and genocide. Boulder has benefited and continues to benefit directly from Indian removal policies that violated human rights, broke government treaties, and forced many people from their homeland. For example, Arapaho chief Niwot and other Arapaho people told a party of gold seekers camped in what is now known as Boulder that they could not remain on indigenous land as defined by the 1851 Treaty of Fort Laramie. However, those men stayed after gold was found west of Boulder in January 1859. Many of those same gold seekers helped found the Boulder Town Company on February 10, 1859, in violation of the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty. In August of 1864, nearly 100 Boulder County residents mobilized into Company D of the 3rd Colorado Cavalry of U.S. volunteers at Fort Chambers. This company of 100 men trained at the fort before participating in the Sand Creek Massacre on November 29, 1864, from which the Boulder troops enjoyed a hero's welcome upon their return. Among those killed in the massacre were women, children, elders, and chiefs, including Niwot and Chief White Antelope. Today, Boulder is honored to be home of several prominent Native organizations, including the Native American Rights Fund, founded in 1970, which is the largest nonprofit law firm dedicated to asserting and defending the rights of Indian tribes, organizations, and individuals nationwide. The resolution also states the city acknowledges that those now living on these ancestral lands recognize that harm was done and acknowledge that we have a shared responsibility to forge a path forward to address the past and continuing harm to the Indigenous people and the land. As we mark this year's Indigenous Peoples Day, we must ensure ongoing work to acknowledge and address the past, to help inspire education and reflection, and initiate meaningful action to help support Indigenous nations, communities, and organizations. This work is guided by the city's Indigenous Peoples Day resolution, the city's racial equity plan, guidance from the American Indian tribal nations, agreements the city shares with tribal nations, the Open Space and Mountain Parks Master Plan, and engagement with Indigenous communities and Indigenous organizations in Boulder. Community members can learn about ongoing Indigenous-related projects through the city's website. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare October 10th, 2022 as Indigenous Peoples Day. We urge all community members to begin or continue the process of listening to Indigenous peoples, reflecting on the Indigenous presence in the Boulder Valley that has existed since time immemorial, and learning about the violent colonizations of Indigenous lands. While the city is collaborating with tribal nations on several ongoing projects, we know we have more work to fulfill the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution and help support Indigenous nations and Indigenous communities and organizations in Boulder. We value their guidance and the opportunity to listen and learn from all of them as we reckon with and address our past, with the hope that it will make our collective communities stronger and more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And we look forward to celebrating together on Indigenous Peoples Day in just a few days. Do we have anyone here to receive this declaration? No? Okay. Actually, I do need to ask for a motion to amend the agenda here to make a couple of changes. We need to remove item 1C, the Colorado Companies to Watch Month Declaration. We're going to do that in a few weeks. And also to remove item 3F, which was a second reading of Ordinance 8547 about policies and procedures in the event of a drought. That's going to be a public hearing at a meeting later in October. And then finally, to add item 3I, which is consideration of a motion to appoint Councilmember Wallach to the Colorado Municipal League Policy Committee.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor? All right, very good. So the motion is duly agended. duly amended. The agenda is, that is. Okay, well, Junie, great timing. So thanks for coming on in, and we've got a declaration to be read. Are you up for it?
Thank you. Am I the first one? I thought there were 3 others.
You're the second one.
Okay.
So it's the Ayurveda declaration to be presented by Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you. Do you want me to do it from here?
Either way.
Thank you so much and welcome. Good evening, everyone. I'm a little bit out of breath, but we'll do our best. Ayurveda Day, October 23rd, 2023. October 3rd, 2022. The aim of Ayurveda Day is to create a sense of awareness in today's generation and promote Ayurvedic principle of healing in society. Ayurvedic medicine, also known as Ayurveda, is one of the world's oldest holistic, whole-body healing systems. It was developed thousands of years ago in what is today India. It is based on the belief that health and wellness depend on maintaining balance between the mind, body, and spirit. Ayurveda has grown in popularity, recognition, and familiarity among mainstream culture, integrative medicine, and media. The practice of Ayurvedic medicine has a valuable contribution in our community and helps people to live healthier lives. We welcome you to now join us in taking the Ayurveda Day Pledge. I pledge to make Ayurveda an integral part of my daily life and thereby enable good health and well-being for myself, my family, and my community, and harmony with nature. From the Mayor, Aaron Brackett.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
If y'all would like to say a few words, please feel free.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate the council and all the effort that went into.
But you're going to want to pick up that microphone and hold it up to
I
your
can
mouth.
pick up and speak into
There
the
you go.
microphone. Who here has heard of Ayurveda? All right, nice. Love it. We're in Boulder. So yes, appropriately right after the Indigenous Peoples Day declaration, Ayurveda is the indigenous medicine from the South Asian continent. India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, this whole region is where this comes to us. And it bears similarities to indigenous medicine practices from all over the planet. But it is the unique geopolitical history of this region that lets these teachings, this whole system, come to us mostly fully formed from the Vedas, which are some of the most ancient written records that we have left for humanity. And so Prema and I are representatives of Colorama, which is the Colorado Ayurvedic Medical Association. And we are one of the most active and engaged collectives in the country when it comes to promoting Ayurveda and protecting its history and pushing it forward. And we are big believers in the power of Ayurveda to solve many of the health crises facing our nation right now. What are the epidemics? We have obesity, we have heart disease, we have inflammation. These are lifestyle conditions that modern biomedicine, for all its magic and miracles and life-saving technology, doesn't know how to deal with. And so Ayurveda, as this lifestyle approach to health and healing, has what we need to work in tandem with modern biomedicine. And so that's what we're here doing. That's what we're celebrating. We have a conference in Boulder this coming weekend, the Colorado Ayurveda Conference, focused on mental health. One of the precepts of Ayurveda is that there's a unbroken spectrum from the subtle realms of the psyche into the physical body. And so food and mood are intimately interconnected. So our conference this weekend is focused on Ayurveda for mental health, and coloradoayurveda.org is where to find out more information. Thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you. Great, thanks for that. So we're going to move into open comment now, and as we mentioned before, we're going to have the in-person speakers speak first, followed by the remote speakers. People have 2 minutes to speak. I'll give 3 names at a time, so if you all can kind of queue down here so that you're ready to come to the mic when it's your turn. I am going to ask Elisha one question. I did hear that 2 of the people who are signed up for open comment meant to sign up for the public hearing. Are we able to switch them from one to the other?
I think so. We've already taken care of that. If someone has not been contacted about that, to let us know.
Okay, the names I got were Dan Creel and Nate Urandi. So
Okay.
if we can just make a note of that, please.
No, I don't think we were notified of that. So, and we can actually move them if you like, now. So.
That would be great.
Okay.
Good.
So number 10.
It's number 10 and number 11 who want to be in the public hearing for the budget instead of open comment.
All right. They will have to go to the bottom of the list, but we can move them.
Thanks so much. Okay, great. So, and Ryan, are you going to give us our guidelines?
Absolutely. We will go ahead and have those slides pulled up, and welcome to members of the public who are here today. We appreciate you being here and want to share that the city has created with community members a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. We want to make sure that this vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, council, as well as democracy for folks of all identities. There's more information available on this website, and we'll move to the next slide, please. We want to share the following examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that do support this vision. We want to make sure that these are upheld during this meeting. Any remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And then we appreciate that folks have signed up to speak using the name they're commonly known by. And with our online participants, we will have audio testimony only. So we welcome folks who are here in public this evening. As you are coming up to the podium, please make sure that you're speaking about 2 fingers distance from the microphone to make sure that all in audience and in Zoom and our council members are able to hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. All right, our first 3 speakers are Glenn Brellinger, Travis Hugh Cully, and Evan Ravitz.
And Mayor, I'd just like to note there are public hearing speaker lists for those that want a copy over here on the table, just in case anyone's looking to see where they fall into the rotation.
You can find it right over there if you want. Glenn.
Good evening. I would like to begin by thanking the mayor, city council members, city employees, and the city of Boulder for this opportunity to speak. My name is Glenn Brellinger, and along with my partner Diane Hastings, we own Brungard Aviation, a maintenance facility at Boulder Municipal Airport. We are a highly risk-averse business that has operated there for over 30 years in compliance with all city regulations, including voluntary noise abatement processes. Thank you. Performing federally certified airplane inspections, repairs, and maintenance to Boulder's aircraft owners who appreciate our core values of safety, quality, and community. During our good standing tenure at the Boulder Airport, we have willfully contributed to the community in many ways, but most of all during its time of highest needs, opening our hangar to help the Boulder Philharmonic Orchestra have a 2021 season, donated our time and space in 2013 to the first responders for the Boulder flood, and in 2020 again opened our hangar doors for the first responders of the wildfires that threatened our city. In our history of operating our small business here in Boulder, we have never seen the current conditions of interest or intensity from the council or community about our airport. While we are grateful for the much needed positive attention to safety, risk mitigation, and communication for the past few years, we're highly disturbed of the impacts to our business through actions taken by the city towards the entire airport business community as a result of one tenant's disrespectful actions regarding noise abatement. This current negative and restrictive environment, further compounded by comments about closing the airport, is significantly impacting our business, our livelihood, and our employees. It's affecting our ability to positively contribute in responsible, community-minded, and environmentally conscious ways of growth at the airport. And it's affecting our ability to continue our legacy of meaningful community.
So Glenn, I'm sorry, but your time is up. But if you could email us your full comments, we'd appreciate that so we can learn more about the issues of which you speak.
We would like a further conversation.
Thank you. Now we have Travis Hugh Cully, Evan Ravitz, and Patrick Murphy.
First of all, let me say thank you and to the slide person. Whom am I communicating with? There you go. First slide. And can I have Sorry, this is a test. I'm not seeing any advance. There we go.
You can
Up.
use, yeah. It was, the other ones were working too. Just trying to go back.
Oh, I see. It's like a directional. Huh. Okay. This is a little tricky, guys.
Welcome to my world.
Right.
You're gonna start it from the front? And she can also designate them and
Can we?
advance them if you like.
All right, I'll tell you when to go.
Okay. It's up to you.
First slide. It is on the recommendation of Dr. Harvey Nichols that I come before council with my questions and comments. Concerning the Marshall Fire, I believe the 12 Tribes community deserves full presumption of innocence. The Marshall Fire should not become a crucible to test the legitimacy of their faith or our procedural justice. The mysterious fires that occurred in our vicinity have occurred in the past. There have been many mysterious fires on the Front Range of Colorado. Let's step back. Next slide. In 1957, there was a plutonium fire at the Rocky Flats Weapons Facility. That went unreported. That's mysterious. Next slide. On Mother's Day, 1969, a plutonium fire at the same facility endangered the very habitability of the greater Denver region, releasing thousands of pounds of fissile material into the environment. Plutonium is pyrophoric. Pyrophoric material can automatically combust under many conditions. The sudden combustibility of the Front Range is more urgent than cancer. Next slide. Detectives may only have to look to history to find the origin of the Marshall Fire. Let's review. Next slide. The Marshall Fire was mysterious in 3 ways. 1, we do not know how the fire began. 2, we cannot explain how the fire traveled. 3, we cannot explain why water would not contain the fire. Next slide. What if there is a simple answer to these questions? In 2012, Kristen Iverson writes, there is no emergency response plan to protect the public in the event of a major disaster at Rocky Flats. Next slide. Today, that still holds true. That is why I'm calling on City Council to commission the testing of Marshall Mesa and the surrounding area for alpha-emitting particles.
So your time is up, but please do email us the rest of your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Evan Ravitz, Patrick Murphy, and William Gretz.
Evan Ravitz, North Boulder. Everything here looks like an infomercial, as Mark called part of the last show. From your declarations to the falsehood, every meeting that the city has engaged with community to co-create a vision for participation, when actually council cut our participation from 3 minutes to 2, less than any other big city in Colorado in 2017. Mayor Brockett has shown his insincerity. In 5 years, he told council at least 4 times we should open a legal camp for the homeless, like Denver has 8 of. He's had a majority on council to make it happen, but has reneged. Aaron's betrayal and council's acceptance will directly result in more deaths, amputations, and misery this winter. as you cannot prepare for the cold if you're being evicted every few days. Nicole asked on the hotline, why persecute the homeless? Because that's what downtown Boulder and Governor Polis want. A downtown Boulder board member told me, quote, downtown Boulder runs the city. Polis told the media he was happy when a homeless camp near his penthouse was swept away again. Mayor Brockett is looking to move up in politics and wants a job with the governor, like former Boulder mayors Will Tour and Sean McGrath and County Commissioner Elise Jones and disgraced City IT Director Julia Richmond. We're just their stepping stone. Aaron told me we lack employees to open a camp. Of course, you've wasted our employees' time and millions of dollars just this year chasing the homeless from camp to camp over and over. The idea that a day shelter is going to result in less night camping is another city joke.
Thanks for your comments, Evan. Now we have Patrick Murphy, William Gretz, and Linda Quigley.
My name is Patrick Murphy. 2A or not 2A? 2B or not 2B? Those are the climate action questions. Pair of no's are a good answer. I'm a botanist plant ecologist and I've lived in Boulder 53 years. Unless you're dead, you've noticed that climate has changed fast. Why on earth would I oppose spending millions on climate change? I'm opposed because it isn't being spent wisely and there's no reason to believe that'll change. Remember the $30 million muni that didn't work? The new climate inaction leader is a leftover from the Plan A muni. What's missing from the Plan B climate action is a cost-benefit analysis, an honest external audit, and good logic. First, money. Boulder got to keep all the leftover money when the muni ended. Most of that money doesn't fully end until 2025. The muni was a big mistake, and the current climate inaction has gone bad again. Next comes cost-benefit. What's the percent of budget that's employee paychecks? More than 40%, but more likely 50% or more since they're hiring more people. Exactly how much carbon is being reduced by hiring 18 or more people? A simple cost-benefit analysis will answer that in a way that all the mumbling in the world won't change. We need an actual cost-benefit analysis, not a long list of the good things they intend to do or paper plates they've recycled. Keep it simple. Audit the true cost per ton of carbon reduction. Fast and honestly documented is what I want. Carbon reduction. No such thing exists in 2A or 2B. 2A has a long list of good intentions, collaboration, hot air, and zillions of trivial goals that fail the cost-benefit analysis, as if an honest cost-benefit analysis were ever done. Next time, Boulder's bad logic.
Thanks, Patrick. Now we have William Gretz, Linda Quigley, and Tim Thomas. William Gretz. All right, not seeing. I think that brings us to Linda Quigley then. You can just pull the mic down. There you go.
I speak today against the dividing up of the job of governing to other non-governmental bodies that have then got a right to tax our pocketbook, like for the library district. I think of myself as a library champion, but abhor this idea of undermining representative democracy and letting a non-governmental agency at my pocketbook. How can I vote them out when they're not elected? This is an abrogation of governing by the so-called progressives in city council, done in a manner to get at the funds the city has already collected to run the library. Those would be freed up, and I watched as you considered possibilities last Tuesday before our election has even taken place. This non-democratic way to run our town, I'll happily join hands with anyone and vote the council out that feels unable to govern within the bounds of democracy, where I elect those who tax me. I seem to remember that as a rallying cry during our revolutionary history, no taxation without representation. It's simply irresponsible. The library lives within a bigger context. But don't cut the pie up. Isn't there a biblical story about this with a child in dispute? Isn't there a child's fairy tale about the goose that laid the golden egg? You don't cut it to pieces to take out your favorite part. You kill the whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Now we have Tim Thomas, Valerie Love, and Jonathan Singer.
And Mayor, if I may, just ask the public as you approach the mic, feel free to adjust your microphone so people in the back can hear you. Thank you.
Tim Thomas, Boulder, Colorado. Boulder Housing Partners and crime. Sometimes the topics are separate. Sometimes they are intertwined. BHP is the official public housing agency of the city of Boulder. It is the second largest PHA in the state. Only Denver has a larger one. I live in a BHP complex. My 80-year-old mother lives in the apartment next door. I'm her caregiver, one of them. She's lived there for about 15 years. I've lived there for about two and a half. Over the last several months, our small complex of just a few dozen apartments has seen a rash of crime. We've had one car, at least 2 bikes, 2 catalytic converters, a propane tank, all stolen from our property or adjacent to it, and just recently a plant off of someone's porch. We just assume that we will continue to be victims. And this weekend, there was a violent exchange of gunfire at 1:30 in the morning in front of the sink. Have you seen the video online? Have you seen the picture of the long gun that was recovered by the police? Thank God no one was killed. Approximately 30 minutes later, a suspect was seen brandishing a weapon in a different part of town. We need law enforcement. I will talk more about BHP and its Moving to Work program later during the budget hearing. Other residents throughout BHP are too afraid to come and speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate everyone's demonstration of support. That brings us to a past piece of decorum that we actually need to add back into our descriptions now that we're in person, which is that we ask for people in, so that everyone feels respected and appreciated equally, to not make applaud or say yes or no to when people are speaking. But if you want, you can do a little bit of jazz hands. But we'd ask for no applause or boos or anything like that. Thanks so much, everyone. Now we've got Valerie Love, Jonathan Singer, and Kathleen Galt.
Normally we send it back.
Do we have Valerie here?
I am. I sent it at 10 this morning, but she's not.
We didn't receive it.
I'm sorry, is Valerie Love present? You're on the list. You're up right now. Oh, presentation. Okay.
You can call the next speaker, so we should be ready after that.
Okay. Well, let's do Jonathan Singer and Kathleen Galt and Tony Sarge.
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Singer. I'm the Senior Policy Program Director for the Boulder Chamber of Commerce, and it's great to see you all in 3 dimensions, and I'm glad that we still have some one-dimensional dad jokes. So, wow, okay, that did better than yours. We're gonna have to team up on this later. So, all right, so the reason I'm here actually has to do with the September 1 meeting, and it also dovetails perfectly with your budget meeting as well. So I figured I'd take a little bit of time this evening instead of a lot of time later on this evening. But the conversation on homelessness is something that the Boulder Chamber has been paying close attention to and really seeks to be an active, engaged partner. There's a common denominator that you see on the issue of homelessness, and that is that there's an extreme desire for safety and stability, whether you're a person experiencing homelessness, whether you're a business owner that's trying to make sure that your staff is able to work well with your community, your customers, and people who are experiencing homelessness and possibly even suffering and struggling with mental illness. This is a common denominator that doesn't have a silver bullet solution. What I did notice in the conversation on September 1 is there are some opportunities at the state level and at the regional level that provide some of the solutions that will get us to some of these answers. With hundreds of millions of dollars coming in through ARPA to the state government to be given out to local communities, this is a time to strike where the iron is hot. And while we're asking for the City Council to act, we're also operating in a way that offers our assistance as well. The Boulder Chamber works closely with the Northwest Chamber Alliance, which includes the Boulder County Latino and LGBTQ Chamber of Commerce, as well as the towns of Louisville, Lafayette, Erie, Superior, and Broomfield. And we seek to have a conversation, host as many voices as possible, and come up with those creative solutions with you and act as an active, engaged partner. So with that, we look forward to the conversation tonight, and just know that we will be there to work with you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Do we have Valerie's presentation?
Yes, sir. We're ready for
Great. So Valerie, if you want to come on up. Thanks for figuring that out.
Yeah, thank you. It got put in the junk folder for other staff. Hi, aloha. My name's Valerie, and I'm here to talk for the children. There you go. Welcome to Boulder. So, next slide. Next. So we came here because we thought it was a beautiful place to live and a safe place to raise our children. Next. 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 But we were very wrong. My children live in fear every day. They go to Boulder High School. They're terrified. My daughter is suicidal. Children are killing themselves at Boulder High. They're afraid to go have lunch in the park. They're afraid to walk by the creek. What are you guys doing about it? What are you guys doing about it? All of us. We owe them better. In New York, they had the broken windows theory, which helped clean up New York and helped prevent more deaths. Visible signs of disorder and misbehavior encourage further disorder and misbehavior. Boulder is a magnet for drugs and violence. You just saw it on Saturday night. Next slide. Thank you. They're scared. Next. They don't feel safe. Their childhoods are robbed. They can't even go to the park with their friends and have a picnic. Next. Next slide. That's right behind Boulder High School. Next slide. I'd like more time because this is taking long to push these. Students are being chased and harassed walking to school. Next. Do we need a shooting like this past weekend in order for you to take serious action? One more slide, because this is a slide that I'm going to start putting on social media, and I'm going to make flyers of it, and it's going to be awesome. Next one. Overdose, death, enough is enough. One more. There you go. Welcome to Boulder. Free camping, free bikes and shopping carts, no jail time. Hey, and guess what? Lots of drugs and needles.
Thank you, Valerie.
Blood will be on your hand if there's more deaths.
Next, we have Kathleen Galt and Tony Sarge, and then we'll go to virtual folks.
Thank you, Kathleen Galt. On September 16th, midday, my oldest daughter, who was born here in Boulder, is now 45, pulled up in front of the Boulder Library to drop off her family's books. Her just-turned 8-year-old offered to drop the books off in the drop-off box. Got out of the car, approached the front doors of the library, well, and I was going to go around to drop off the box, was approached by a woman who had been sitting on the bench. She yelled at him, "Hey, little boy, come with me." He said no. She ran after him. She lurched at him and tried to grab him. He wet himself. My daughter and other grandson got out of their car, which was right in front of the library, and yelled at the woman and asked her to stop. My daughter called the police officer, and then she witnessed the same woman, and I have a lot of compassion. I'm assuming the woman was homeless. I volunteered at the Boulder homeless shelter for a couple years, but the woman then approached another woman and child, another man and child who took his son's skateboard and was going to hit the woman, and then approached a handicapped woman getting out of her car. Now, I know you guys are trying to work on this. I lived here in the 70s, and over the last 10 years, I've come back and forth from Ohio. You guys know the problem. I know you're trying to work on it, but little children should not be afraid to come downtown to the library. You need to get it fixed. I called Jane Patton out at the Boulder Police Department today, the head of personnel. She said, "You're down 30 officers. Get some officers down there, man. They should be down there in front of that place full time." I encourage the public to report these incidents, to do police reports. I also encourage you to pay your police officers more. You know they put their lives on the line. They start out at $69,000 a year here in Boulder. None of them live in Boulder City proper. I know you guys are trying to do something, but man, an 8-year-old child should not be afraid to come downtown to go to the library.
Thank you, Kathleen. Now we have Tony Sarge and one more in-person person, which is Mara Madirio.
Thank you so much, members of the council. I'm Tony Sarge. I'm grateful to be here speaking with you tonight before your discussion later this evening about eliminating local taxes on necessary health products such as diapers and menstrual products for the city of Boulder. As a parent of a sweet 18-month-old, we spend about $80 a month on diapers. As a household with 2 women who get their periods, we spend about $25 a month on tampons and other supplies. We are lucky enough to be able to shop at big retail stores or even get subscription services, which saves our family money and keeps these costs as low as possible. Not all families have this option, though. New data from the Colorado Women's Health and Hygiene Access Service conducted this summer told us that 57% of Coloradans with young children struggle to afford diapers. 57%. And 47% of people currently menstruating are experiencing menstrual hygiene poverty. I'm so grateful that earlier this year, Colorado State passed a new law exempting these items from sales tax. By eliminating these local sales tax from these items, families can save valuable dollars towards these items, especially our families who are lowest income. Additionally, 3 of Colorado's largest cities, Denver, Aurora, and Fort Collins, have also eliminated sales tax for these essential products. So I am urging you all to consider the conversation today and move up Boulder towards doing the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tony. Now, Mara Madirio.
Good evening. Thank you very much for letting me have the time to talk to you and everyone in the audience. I'm speaking on behalf of the arts and funding for the arts. I want to thank Boulder Arts Commission. I want to thank BCAA and the community center, everybody who supports the arts in Boulder. And I know you all do, and so I'd like that continued and hopefully improved. I run a underserved music education program that we teach for free. We teach 7 different instruments, and we teach the underserved youth of Boulder. We've been doing it since 2015, and it has been funded by the city and our private donations of our company. We see this as a tremendous thing to help lift up the underserved youth and make them a part of the community instead of being pushed aside and not being helped in any such way. And please remember that the arts are what make Boulder special. Yes, we have the beautiful foothills, and that's great, and we have a beautiful town, and we have problems like every other town in the country, but the arts are what make us special. And so we'd like to make sure that you vote for that you help in any way that you can, and know that all of us who are artists and do what we can to help the community will make it better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mara. Now turn to our virtual speakers. We have Mary Feltinsky, then Lynn Siegel, and Ryan Welsh.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Mary Faltinsky. I'm a Boulder resident, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Boulder County Public Health, where my staff and I work with teen parents, some of the most vulnerable families in Boulder. I'm actually calling you from the Anderson Farms Pumpkin Patch. We're giving young families in our program a break to be outside and celebrate fall. You also have an opportunity to give Boulder families a break tonight, a tax break. 2 months ago, a law with strong bipartisan support went into effect exempting essential hygiene items like diapers, incontinence products, and menstrual products from Colorado sales tax. Several cities have already followed suit. We're very pleased that Boulder City Council is taking this issue up for discussion tonight. Removing sales tax on these essential items would lower the effective cost of diapers, tampons, and pads. Often these topics are deemed too embarrassing or inappropriate for public conversation. Thank you for normalizing the conversation. Babies, women and girls, other people who menstruate, and elderly people require these products to go about their daily life with dignity. These sales tax fall disproportionately on people who can least afford them, including women, struggling young families, and older adults on fixed incomes. If you wonder if small changes can make a difference for needy families, just think of how many times in the grocery store the mother or elderly couple ahead of you in the line asked the cashier to put something back because their total exceeded their funds that day. Boulder doesn't have to figure this out how to do it on their own. Today, the Women's Foundation of Colorado launched a toolkit for communities to join their Don't Tax Dignity campaign. They want to spread the good work that's been done at our legislature to municipalities around the state. We encourage you to follow the lead of bipartisan legislators and municipalities throughout the country and Colorado and exempt essential hygiene products from sales tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Now we have Lynn Siegel, Ryan Welsh, and Chuck Hardesty.
Would you stop me if you can't hear clearly?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would really like to see the slideshow. And I don't buy that it's because security that I can't see the slides, because I'm virtual. I'm not vaxxed. I don't want to be in spaces when I don't have to be. And I don't think this is fair. Now, what I want to talk to you tonight is about the Landmarks Board and the Landmarks Design Review Committee. These are when an application comes in for some kind of a landmarking issue, it comes to the LDRC first. It oftentimes just gets passed through, or sometimes it might have to come back to the LDRC with some revisions. Or if it's kind of controversial, it goes to the Landmarks Board for a hearing. Now, the Landmarks Board is recorded, but it is not available until 28 days after the meeting happens. The Landmarks Design Review Committee meetings are not recorded at all, so everything in them happens under the radar. I saw two situations going on there. One was for some windows that some woman that's a historic preservationist that's done 19 historic preservations wanted in the Little Russia section, Floral Park, to add some windows. $30,000, very expensive windows, and she was cut off by the Landmarks Board. Well, there's two board members that meet for the LDRC. She was cut off. She spoke some about her windows, but when she tried to speak a little more, she was cut off. Now, sometimes it's excusable because if it's going to go to the Landmarks Board anyway, then they have to stop the person from bringing it up at the time. Instead, I don't feel she got enough time to argue for her windows, and she got passed to the Landmarks Board, so she's going to be cold until December trying to get windows.
Lynn, your time is up, but please email us the rest of your comments. Now we have Ryan Welsh and Chuck Hardesty.
Good evening, councilors. This is Ryan Welsh, based in Boulder. I assume you can hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. First of all, I'd like to just express my condolences to the councilor who lost a family member this past week. I'm also sorry for the unwarranted vitriol you've had directed towards you, especially during a tough time. That's not fair. So I'm disappointed that I feel the need to be here tonight instead of putting my baby to sleep, but I'm also concerned about the city's recent actions. I'm even more concerned about what those actions might indicate for the city's future choices. A few weeks ago, the city failed its community by closing West Pearl Street to people and again filling it with cars. Giving community spaces to vehicles, effectively taking them away from our kids, is not people-centric action, and it's certainly not progressive. In a time of climate crisis, when we should have an entire downtown core of car-free community spaces, like other cities in the world, we failed to keep 2 extra blocks. You might think we can claw them back from community vitality in the spring, but we shouldn't even have to fight for just 2 blocks. These should be permanent spaces for people along with 20 more. Given community vitality's clear disinterest in community spaces and community input, perhaps it's at least time that we remove parking from their purview. I'm disappointed that we again have even more parking downtown, and that we might see future actions or inactions in favor of vehicles over people. You might have guessed that I'm also concerned about our Broadway multi-use path, one of the few north-south multi-use paths that everyone age 8 to 80 can currently use with relative safety. You know CU plans to run their new conference center's traffic directly over this protected path. Will the city and council sit back and let it happen? I hope not, and I hope this is someplace my daughter can exist safely outside of a car when she's older. From here on, I hope Boulder can move forward with more spaces for our kids and fewer spaces for our cars. One of the few things actually most likely to harm or kill our kids. I'm frustrated that we've done so little when we could do so much more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Last speaker is Chuck Hardesty.
Hello, can you hear me? And
Yes.
is my single slide up?
Yes and yes.
Thank you. Good evening. Here are some concerns about the potential habitat factory you're going to hear more about later. The story keeps changing, and communication has been very poor. A month ago, the planning board was told about 8 houses a year with a few more possible after a learning process. September 12th letter from Jay Sugnet said 50 to 80 a year, up more than 10 times. Meeting last week's handout said 12 to 15 a year with options to increase capacity to 50 a year. Does this mean 24-hour operation? Heard a while ago that doors would be away from close neighbors. Heard recently from Habitat, drive-through doors south to north. Finally see drawings last week with several garage doors facing close neighbors on the east. Net zero energy is not noise zero. There is resistance to hiring an acoustic sound engineer. I don't know why. Thermal insulation is not the same as noise insulation. Nail guns and backup beeps are much more piercing than background traffic. It will not be easy to fix if not designed with sound requirements in mind. Perhaps impossible to fix with all the doors facing the neighborhood. Unless recently changed, no hours or noise restrictions are in the written agreement. Given all the changes, should there be a do-over with the planning board? Seems like there's been a bait and switch. We understand that once the annexation is done, all control by the city is lost. It seems there should be several written restrictions in the agreement about the hours, 8 to 4 a.m. Tuesday to Saturday, meeting all the county residential noise requirements that are tighter than the city, and limits during the construction of the factory. We heard all the construction noise from the new kitchen facility that's further away than the factory, and would still be hearing and we still hear the operational noise. It does not seem right that a school district will be changed to an industrial park right next to a residential neighborhood.
Charles?
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Just a quick clarifying question. Are you talking about 6500 Arapahoe Road that we're considering later?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Right, so that brings our public hearing, not public hearing, but our open comment to an end. So I will turn to staff to see if we have any responses.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I want to just appreciate, as this is my first meeting with the public, it's just so good to be here in person with everyone and just so appreciate that. appreciate everyone who shared their comments. I did want to talk about two things, and I want to say, because I want to address, I know that we've been thinking about the violent incident that happened on the Hill. I just want to say that we take this very seriously, and I want to appreciate the quick action by our police department. They have been working closely with CU, and we will continue to think about how to address some of the issues that we're seeing in our community. And then the other issue I wanted to talk about in terms of West Pearl and street programming in downtown, I just want to say that I'm excited that we have the process subcommittee kicking off, hopefully with a vote on consent, and we will be continuing to talk about what that looks like in community. Please know that we hear folks, and we are committed to continuing to have an engagement process about placemaking and creating additional spaces for our community to come visit. So just wanted to say that out loud.
Thank you, Nuria. And speaking of the quick action by the police department, that has included 2 arrests, I believe, so appreciate the efforts in that area. Yes, we got Junie, Rachel.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, but I want to go first to that question about the arrest. Has there been more information as to what happened, or where did these, what happened? Who are these perpetrators, or how did this happen? I think community members would want to know more. I don't want to speculate, but at first I thought, okay, are these students? Who are they? Community members? Are they people from other parts of the city, the state? So I just wanted to know more. And do you have that information eventually to share with community?
New microphones. I appreciate the question. I want to make sure I'm not speaking out of turn, and I'm actually going to ask our folks in BPD to share what they can as we continue to have an ongoing investigation.
Good evening, members of council, city manager, Steve Redford, deputy police chief. So as we know, it is an ongoing investigation, so there's some things I can't disclose, but what I can disclose.
Can you get right into the mic, please?
Sure. What I can disclose is as of this afternoon, we did make a second arrest. We made the first arrest the next day after the person that we were involved with that night was released from the hospital. Both suspects have been charged with 2 counts of attempt first-degree murder. They're both in custody on a $500,000 bond. For this specific incident, none of the involved people that we're aware of are students. In fact, we believe the majority of them do not reside in the city of Boulder. One of the big questions that we've been asking and trying to determine is what drew these folks to Boulder and then subsequently to engage in this criminal behavior. One of the things that we did learn is there were some words exchanged between 2 groups of people, and then some shots were exchanged. Our officers were on foot in the area, literally around the corner, dealing with an issue at a fraternity. Were notified of the call, and when they came around the corner, they actually came around and interrupted this dispute where shots had been fired, and officers took swift action that we believe probably surely prevented additional harm, which is exactly what we would expect of them. There's much more that will come out. We're reviewing a lot of video surveillance. We're reviewing, and we still have witnesses that we are interviewing. And again, we're encouraging anybody that has information that might have been in the area, took video, to come forward, because we believe we have a good picture of what happened, but we're still piecing together to get the best picture possible.
Thanks, that's very helpful. Did you have another one?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I have to say, when I saw the pictures, I was really sad, actually. Living in Boulder, it's such a beautiful place, and seeing those footages were really, really saddening to me. My next question is has to do with something that Evan Ravitz mentioned, and I wonder if maybe we went from three minutes to 2 minutes for our open comment, I think he mentioned, and I wonder, is that, maybe have we talked more about this, letting community know, because I don't remember us going from 3 to 2, or maybe there's just a misunderstanding. Thank you.
I might address that, because this was a change that happened, I think either right before I got on council, maybe my first year on council, that council changed the number of minutes that were allowed and the number of speakers. So no time recently, but it has been a few years that change was made.
Thank you.
I think that's right. Rachel?
I just wanted to thank Ryan Welch for his humanity and empathy, and also, most importantly, for calling out really inappropriate online trolling, which I don't really think any of us should be putting up with in this world. Also, welcome back, everyone. It is good to have you. It's hard to speak really passionately live on topics, and so it's great to have you all back. Thanks.
All right. Seeing no other items, then we can move on to our consent agenda. Alicia?
All right, thank you, sir. As a reminder, item F was removed from the consent agenda with the motion to amend the agenda. So tonight, as item number 3, we have items A through E and G through I.
Great. And I was added is the amendment as well. And I believe we're going to have a brief presentation about item E, about the 6500 Arapahoe Road annexation. Do I have that correct?
Yep, I'll ask staff to come forward and talk about it.
All right, who do we have on deck for this one?
It may end up being Brad. I don't know Brad. Appreciate that.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council. Brad Mueller, Director of Planning and Development Services. I believe we have Shebnam actually on the virtual, so she'll be making presentation and I'll be available for comments.
Thanks, Brad.
Yes, thank you, Brad. Good evening, council members. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. So I'll go ahead and share the presentation for tonight.
And if you can just introduce yourself, please.
Yes, absolutely. So, good evening, council members. My name is Shabnam Bista. I'm a senior planner with Planning and Development Services. I'll provide a brief presentation on the process to date for the annexation of 6500 Arapahoe Road. So the project site is 41.7 acres, and it's located south of Arapahoe Road, east of the current Boulder city limits and north of Sombrero Marsh. In terms of the process to date, the annexation negotiations have been ongoing with the school districts, with the Boulder Valley School District since 2018. The annexation application was filed and routed for review by Planning and Development Services in July of 2021. Since there were continued negotiations regarding the annexation agreement terms, the Planning Board public hearing wasn't scheduled until September 6th of this year, so just last month. At the public hearing, Planning Board added 2 conditions, or proposed 2 conditions regarding the height as well as a form of good neighbor agreement to the annexation agreement. On September 29th, so last Thursday, there was a neighborhood meeting held at 6500 Arapahoe Road regarding the affordable housing modular factory. Today is the first reading for the ordinances, and then the second reading and public hearing for this item is scheduled for November 17th. Staff recommends council consideration of the proposed annexation at this time. In terms of the 2 conditions from Planning Board, those have not been agreed to by the school board at this time. Just to provide a brief overview of the annexation terms, additional details can be found in attachment E of the packet, which is the annexation agreement itself. I'll just highlight a few here. So the annexation agreement states that BVSD is a sovereign entity, and any construction, remodeling, renovations will be permitted through the state and not through the city of Boulder. BVSD will pay stormwater plant investment fees. They will comply with city floodplain regulations and outdoor lighting standards. Future owners of the property that are not the school district will be required to meet the city's inclusionary housing requirements as well as comply with city zoning. And BBSD will provide land for a 10-year period to operate the affordable housing modular factory. So during the council agenda committee meeting, there were a couple of questions that came up from council, and we have provided some responses here. So in terms of the question about the 10-year lease, the time frame is a state limitation on how long school district can lease their property. It's something that can be renegotiated at the end of that lease term. In regards to the site access, after lengthy negotiation, staff determined current access is suitable and future improvements to Arapahoe Road will be addressed at that time. And lastly, the Boulder Valley School District responded to the 2 proposed conditions by Planning Board, and that was forwarded to Council through the hotline email. I also want to note that we do have Kurt Fernhaber, Jay Sugnet from Housing Department, if you have any questions. And we also have a representative from the school district present tonight for any additional questions. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Shabnam. Do we have questions for staff on this? Bob, and I've got one.
Thanks, Shabnam. Can you speak a little bit about the 2 conditions that Planning Board asked for?
Yes. So the 2 conditions that came up through Planning Board discussions, one was regarding height limitations, and the board members felt that it would be important to impose the height condition, and I can kind of share. Let me see here. Yes, I just have the 2. So if the property will be continued to be owned by Boulder Valley School District, all the buildings on the property would be limited to the city's chartered height limit, which is 55 feet. And this was something that I believe was part of the CU South annexation. So it was a conversation among the planning board members to possibly include that, so the buildings could not be built, higher than the 55-foot limit that we have now. And then the second condition was that the school district will work with residents in abutting residential neighborhoods to establish regular communication, some kind of an agreement with reasonable consideration of noise impacts, et cetera. And that, I believe, came from the large number of public comments that we had during the public hearing from neighboring homeowners who were concerned about the noise impacts of the construction, as well as the operations of the actual factory itself. And this was something that was, I think additional details were provided during that neighborhood meeting on September 29th. And Jason can speak more to that as he was presenting at that meeting. So.
Thanks, Shabnam. And I think you indicated in your initial presentation that the school district has not agreed to those 2 conditions requested by the planning board. Does that mean that they haven't been asked, or they were asked and they rejected both conditions?
They were asked and then they provided a response rejecting the conditions.
And that response was no on both of those?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and final question. Annexation is discretionary by the city council, right? In other words, we can approve or disapprove an annexation at our discretion. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. Yes.
Is that correct? Teresa, did I get that right?
Yes, annexation is a legislative act and at the discretion of council.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks, Shem. And I had one follow-up question. I'll go to Mark, which is about the lease term. Thanks for speaking to that. Have we discussed with them at all adding in language to say that as the term ends, that we'll have discussions about potential renewals? Just so we establish some intention there.
Yeah, I'll defer that question to Jay Sugnet from Housing.
All right, Jay, are you on virtually?
I'm here. Good evening, everybody. Jay Stugnet with Housing and Human Services. So we have had that conversation with the district and have been and will continue. So it'll really depend on how successful the factory is and how well the students are integrated into the factory. But I think the school district was pretty concerned about including language that could possibly violate state requirements. So we'll continue to push that, but I don't have a firm answer for you, sorry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you addressing it. Thanks. Mark?
Can you go into a little more detail? The school district sent us a letter, or actually, yeah, they sent a letter that says that the district does not desire to unnecessarily prolong the annexation process by renegotiating the annexation agreement. Can you tell me what that process would be that is so drawn out and difficult?
So I would suggest that's a great question to ask the district themselves. Okay. Glenn DeGrew is here, if you would like to hear from him directly.
Yeah, certainly would.
Hi, yes, Glenn DeGrew. I'm the district's senior planner. So the process, you know, it would essentially be looking at it as a renegotiation. We've been in the negotiation process between two governments for well over a year. Is that better? Is that good? Okay.
Yeah, just speak right into it.
So we've been in a negotiation process for over a year now to do this, and these conditions from the district's perspective would be, we have to relook at those and reprocess those conditions before we could accept them at all. And that process would involve coming back, of course, to staff level, going through administration, and ultimately any land decisions have to be approved by the school board themselves. I think in this situation, getting through that process and not having the wording or those conditions changing would be, I think, a long shot, frankly. I think that the sovereignty issues will continually come up with the school district, and that's a very high threshold for us to voluntarily give up. And so I think that process could, it could take a while, and I think the district's preference is to keep the annexation process moving.
I'd like to respond to that, and I want to preface my comment by saying that when I start drafting legal documents, that is a dangerous thing. However, I took a look at the annexation agreement, and the height limitation issue could be resolved by adding all of 8 words to paragraph 10. And when you say this is a very complicated, drawn-out process, I am hard-pressed to understand how that is. And we can discuss this more at the public hearing on November 17th, but I am not seeing the issue the way you are seeing the issue. And basically your letter says we have no contemplation of going above 35 feet. We'd never do such a thing, but we can't tell you that we would never do such a thing. And I find that to be problematic. I'll stop there so that we can discuss it more at the public hearing.
Well, and I will just say, I did, from what I heard from you, I heard it as more of a lengthy process rather than many words that you would need to change.
Exactly, yes.
If I understood that correctly. And if I may, while I have the floor, and while the second item about good neighbor agreements, that particular requirement wasn't something that you wanted to agree to specifically, but I did hear a commitment from the district to continue doing public outreach and just that you wanted to do it on your own terms. Did I understand that correctly?
Well, we are a public entity, and we have multiple avenues for the public for input. And we've reached out with neighbors about, there were many considerations in the last meeting outside the realm of the annexation and the modular factory, and we're working to resolve as many of those as we can now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Rachel and Jeannie, oh, we got a whole bunch.
Just if can we respond to each other? Like, can I comment on Mark's? No?
Why don't we, well, we've got our school board representative here.
I don't have any question for the school board rep.
School district representative. Any more questions for? No? Okay, so I guess we'll thank you for addressing the question. And so I think, yeah, so if people don't have further questions, we could go into a discussion on this item. So if you had comments, or you have a question, okay, let's go for a question.
So my question is for staff. As mentioned in there, it said that there was going to be compliance with the flood regulations as well as the city's lighting ordinance. And so I wanted to just double check with Brad and staff on if we were to subsequently modify our lighting ordinance past an approved annexation, would those rules carry into that annexation, or does the annexation lock into the current version of our lighting ordinance, not a future change that may come down the pipeline in some discussions we're going to probably have about outdoor lighting and street lights and that sort of thing?
Brad Mueller with Planning and Development Services. I believe it would be subject to the then current code in the case of both floodplain and lighting. We can confirm that for second reading, but that's my understanding, and I'm getting a nod from very reputable people.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate it.
Okay, so comments? I think, Rachel, you were first up.
Well, maybe I'll try and reframe it as a question for staff, just so that Brad can like hop right back up. Or it might be for Kurt Fernhaber, I'm not even sure. But, you know, to Mark's point about 8 words being needed in an annexation agreement, in my peripheral experience with annexation agreements, sometimes things are given and taken, and so it's not necessarily a matter of 8 words, but if we're to make a demand, then we also have to give something back, and there's back and forth in exchange of sort of value. So I'm just wondering, is that something that staff wants us to discuss? Was it discussed? Is it a very simple thing to add 8 words, or is it likely to be a thing?
This is Brad again. I hate to play the new guy card, but I'm going to go ahead and do that right now, which is to say that my understanding is that there's been actually years of discussion around this. I would say in my experience too, on any kind of negotiation, sure, there's always, once you open that up again, there's going to be back and forth. I don't disagree that it's a fairly straightforward change to adopt those things. I don't have a good frame of reference for how difficult that is to go through the school processing and such. But I can certainly say that given the history and length of history as I understood it, we concluded as staff that it was at least appropriate to put this out in front of council at this time for maybe just this discussion about whether it is ripe or not.
Okay, and Junie, I think did you have something?
Oh, thank you.
Terry, okay. Well, I'll just, a last word here. So I think if we approve the consent agenda as written, it will not include those 2 conditions, requested conditions from Planning Board. And I'll just say we will have a public hearing on November 17th where we'll have a chance to hear from the public on this matter, but I'm certainly comfortable moving it forward without those 2 conditions at this time, and we'll take it from there, from my opinion. Yes?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable. I'll vote yes to move it forward to a second reading because we're not going to get substantive comments, but I'll just say to the school district, it would be my intention to vote no at second reading unless the height limitation is built into the annexation agreement. So you've got 6 weeks to do it. If you're in a rush, it would be good to get started tomorrow.
I'll just throw in, I don't feel personally that's necessary, so there's a division of opinions, but we can continue to have conversations. Yeah, Mark?
I will also vote to move it along and intend to vote no on that basis. And I'm always happy to share my drafting skills. And, you know, it's really not that hard. It took me 5 minutes to do that, and that's only because I work really slowly. So,
Rachel, you want?
I mean, it almost feels like we're doing a straw poll here. I'm confused. Are we crossing lines? If I were to say, well, now we've got 2 on that side and 1 on this side, and I'd like to even it out.
Teresa, maybe you could give us some guidance on how we might proceed.
I'm not aware of a rule that prohibits what's happening right now.
Is there best practice?
Welcome back, everyone. So I would just share that the space that we're talking about is way east Boulder, and the school board does not intend to go over 35 feet, but it's not like a prime view shed or area that I'm super concerned about with edging over the height limit a bit. So my intent would be to vote yes, if I could say that.
So what I might ask for in terms of clarification to staff as we kind of continue discussions, I wonder if we might have a straw poll on whether a majority of council felt like this point should be renegotiated.
Yes, Mayor and Council, that could be appropriate at this point. I would point out that you have a public hearing scheduled, and certainly your preliminary thoughts on how you might vote are subject to the record.
Right.
And so subject to the materials put in front of you and any public comment received. And so I think in the spirit of knowing that these are preliminary thoughts, certainly you could move forward in that vein.
Yeah, and what I would say would be, this would not be a final determination, but whether we would be requesting staff to renegotiate this point right now. Is that a reasonable way of framing it?
It seems appropriate to me that you would want to know that because if it is the will of council that this be renegotiated, then you may well want to do that before a public hearing.
So if folks are,
I do have a question because I've read the memo, and I certainly don't want to speak about it publicly if that's not was the purpose. But can we hold them accountable, assuming, let's say they agree to the 35, let's say a different administration for VSD in the future decide, you know what, we don't want to uphold this agreement. What can we do at the end of the day?
Yes, so it's important to make a legal distinction here between whether the school board is required to follow our land use code, and the answer to that is it's certainly possible that they're not required to do so. However, if they enter into a contract, then that contract governs, and so contractual promises can be enforced, and an annexation agreement is a contract.
Brad, did you want to offer something?
Yeah, I did just want to say, if there is some sense of renegotiating, absent any other specific direction, our only point that we would bring forward to the school board would be the two conditions that planning board brought forward. So just for clarification purposes.
I just wanted to add that for clarification purposes for staff and perhaps a nod that you're giving to the school board, it is perhaps right now helpful to know, without perhaps even a straw poll, but these are your concerns, knowing that we will have time at second reading to discuss more. There will be continued conversation, and if there is desire to say, could be supportive, but this is going to be a deal breaker to me, it seems like that is in the vein of the comments that you're offering.
So in other words, not to take a formal action, but just to sort of leave it at the comments level that we've got so far. I can certainly live with that, but Matt?
I'm not comfortable going that far down until we've heard from more of the community. I think that's really out of form for us to do that. Predetermining some outcome based on something, I don't know. I'm not quite comfortable for that at this juncture. So I'd love to just stick with comments rather than what your intended vote would be. I think we should avoid that.
Yeah, well, I wasn't proposing what your intended vote would be, but point taken. So let's just say we can leave it at the comments that we've given. We'll hear from the public through emails, through the public hearing, and then we'll have a conversation from there, if that's all right. Yep, Nicole?
I just wanted to make a comment as somebody who works in a large state bureaucracy. 8 words in an agreement is not 5 minutes. It really is a lot of time. And so I just want to empathize with everybody who's been working on this agreement for years, recognizing that it's not necessarily a straightforward thing to make this change at this stage of the process.
Fair. And Rachel? And maybe we can wrap this up.
Okay, I'm wrapping it up. One of the things that I highlighted in the agreement was that BVSD agrees to pay the city's stormwater plant investment fee of approximately $2.1 million. And to Councilmember Spears' point, when you go to renegotiate, it's going to be a bureaucracy, and there's always give and take. And so we'll ask for 2 things, but then they will ask for us to give 2 things. And so I just want to, I guess, preface that what we would be asking for may be more complicated than what it sounds like.
Okay. All right, well, why don't we move on now? And so we have an entire consent agenda. So do people have any other questions or comments about any of the other items on the consent agenda?
Can I make a motion?
I would love that.
All right, I make a motion to pass the consent agenda.
Second.
Oh, dueling seconds. We have a motion and second. Did you want to make a comment? Go ahead.
This is on, I think, 3E for process subcommittee appointment. Am I in the right spot? Consent here?
It's H, I think.
Oh, sorry, 3H now. Just that there may be some community confusion around a sentence in there, discussion of policy issues and specific potential street designs, including determinations of possible permanent future street closures shall not be part of this subcommittee's purpose, and those are reserved for the full council. So I just didn't know if maybe Teresa or Nuria wanted to explain sort of whether that's usual standard for subcommittees or any cause for alarm.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I will say, I don't believe it's cause for alarm. I believe that that is language that we've seen used before in former process committees. We want to make sure that the full council weighs in on determinations of policy decisions moving forward, and that the process subcommittee, which we're excited to have 2 volunteers who raise their hands, can help staff as we continue to think about what the next steps on a full-throated engagement of this work is.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Alicia, we have a roll call.
Yes, sir, thank you. We'll start this roll call with Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend?
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Wallach?
Yes, but I abstain on I, as I'm an interested party.
Thank you, sir. Weiner?
Yes.
And Yates?
Yes, and Benjamin?
You forgot me.
Oh, Councilmember Benjamin, thank you.
Being on the end here, it's easy to forget.
Yeah, and my apologies. It was
good.
not intentional.
No, I know. It's all good.
And Councilmember Benjamin.
So yes, but abstain. No, actually, I don't abstain for anything. Yes, we're good. Yes, all things.
All right, thank you again. Welcome back. All right, so the consent agenda items A through E and G through I are hereby approved unanimously.
Thank you, Alicia. We have one call-up check-in, one check-in, I believe.
That is correct, sir. That is item 4 on tonight's agenda. Item 4A is the vacation of a portion of a water utility easement at 2851 Valmont Road.
Any interest in calling this up? No interest. So we can move on into our first public hearing of the night.
All right, sir. So this is our public hearing, item 5 on tonight's agenda, and I will, of course, not read all the titles and summarize that it is a consideration of the following items relating to the 2023 budget. First, we have the introduction and first reading of the ordinance 8535, adopting the budget for the city of Boulder for the year 2023. Item number 2 is the introduction and first reading of the ordinance 8536, which is establishing the 2022 City of Boulder property tax mill levies. Item number 3 is the introduction, first reading of ordinance 8537, appropriating money to defray expenses and liabilities of the City of Boulder for the 2023 fiscal year. And item number 4 is our introduction, first reading of ordinance 8538, amending chapter 4-20 and sections 3-8-3 of the BRC 1981, changing certain fees and setting forth those related details.
Thank you. And I'll just note for the benefit of the people here in person that we'll have a staff presentation, we'll have council questions, and then we'll go to the public hearing and then conclude with council discussion and a vote. So, Nuri, if I can hand this off to you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I was just going to appreciate Alicia because that was a mouthful to read off. I'm going to send it to our CFO, Cara Skinner, right away, but I just wanted to thank council for their thoughtfulness as we continue to get questions and comments, and how engaged you have been in this budget process. So we just really appreciate all your attention to what is really an important milestone for any city as we think about our budget moving forward. So with that, Cara?
Thank you, Nuria. And Good evening, Council. Kara Skinner, Chief Financial Officer. So we are here and we're pleased to present the first reading and public hearing for the 2023 budget. And we will start with a presentation. Mark Wolf, Senior Budget Manager, and I will have a brief process overview and recap, but we really will focus on follow-up from the study session, as well as some staff and council proposed budget changes, and then finish up with some discussion about future budget considerations and potential long-term funding strategies. And then, as Mayor indicated, we will go on to the questions, hearing, and discussion. Next slide. So we'll start with a brief process overview and recap, and we just want to ground that the sustainability, equity, and resilience framework really guides all of the city's planning processes, including the budget process and the resource allocation that is determined through that process. Next slide. And the budget process is depicted by this figure here, and it begins in January with priority setting, and then you'll see in the dark blue circle, this is where we are today. So after a long journey, we are here with this first reading and public hearing. And we want to revisit, as we did at the study session, what were some of the major assumptions and drivers as we developed the 2023 budget. It was really important for us to look at these first because they impacted the revenue that we would have available, both ongoing and one-time, to fund priority projects and needs. So one important that we started with is that we have a less cautious retail sales tax forecast, and that did provide more ongoing dollars for programs and services than would have been available if we had stayed with the risk posture we have had the last 2 years. We also are programming to spend down ending fund balance after reserves for one-time priority projects and pilot projects. This budget also achieves Council's goal of a 20% general fund emergency reserve level. And then with our new OpenGov budgeting tool, we wanted to share again that what we first did was build a 2023 base budget that included, of course, some adjustments to base that were made during the year this year as we tried to restore programs and services quickly as revenues allowed. And we made another of many other budget changes to be more strategic. And our departments always reevaluate their budgets and their programs and services and make some adjustments, and that is included as part of that base budget. So we have that base budget before we then considered new enhancements or new investments. So as we develop our 2023 budget, we start with revenue. So for 2023, the total revenue across all funds is $491 million. And that is a 3.6% increase over 2022. Next slide. And then the expenditure budget for 2023 is $513.5 million. So as noted, that is more than the revenue budget, and that is because, as we discussed in September, we are planning some draws from fund balance to fund one-time expenses and pilot programs. So the difference between the revenue on the previous slide and the expenditure budget here is that draw from fund balance. This slide shows total uses, and we know it has a lot of information, but on the left side of the slide is total uses across all of our departments and programs. And the largest piece of the pie you'll see is utilities. That's water, wastewater, flood, and stormwater. And so you can look and see that that is the largest, and then transportation, police, housing and human services, and fire rescue. But then we also like to show the pie on the right without utilities, because that gives you a little more granularity of those other programs, since utilities is so large. So on the right-hand side, you'll see a little bit more depth. Then this slide we wanted to present again. This shows how does our 2023 budget compare to a pre-pandemic budget if it was adjusted for inflation. So the purple bars there are the approved budgets, with the 2023 being the proposed or the recommended budget. And then the light blue is starting with our 2019 budget, our pre-pandemic budget. We grew that by inflation. So the blue bar is what the 2019 budget would be if it just simply grew by inflation. So you will see in 2023, our proposed budget has not kept up to inflation by this measure. And here we show the general fund. We often focus on the general fund. It's the largest fund and the fund over which council has the most discretion because all of the dedicated funds have specific purposes and uses. So the general fund for 2023 is $188 million. And you'll see there that some of the large pieces of the pie here are public safety, including police and fire, housing and human services, and a number of other. And then you'll see there that general government slice. We have added a little detail there of what that accounts for. And that the large things there are transfers to other funds, including our general fund funded capital program. That's a big piece of that. And then insurance costs and debt service and some other citywide contracts and such. And next slide. And now I'm going to hand it over to Mark Wolf, our Senior Budget Manager.
We can figure out the mic. All right. Good evening, Council. Mark Wolf, Senior Budget Manager. Excited to be with you in person tonight. I will discuss a recap of our 23 budget and some additional information to help guide the discussion this evening. To begin this section, I'll recap some of our process improvements. I'll highlight our commitment to center our budget around equity. I will highlight our investments in our core services and city staff and review some of the key proposed investments in council and community priorities. We have displayed this slide before. We are in the process of implementing what is called budgeting for community resilience. We'll have to figure out a good naming scheme. We have a number of different terms for this. Basically, we're improving the budget process. And so we have taken a number of steps since last cycle, including aligning our budget around programs. What you see in OpenGov is a reflection of that. We have also adapted our strategies internally to help with decision making. A part of that is beginning to articulate our intended outcomes for all of our investments in our budget, and including those key performance indicators, which will happen over time. And lastly, as you and community is aware, we have moved to OpenGov. We're tapping into a portion of that capability, so really excited to continue to roll out that software as a new transparency tool. As I mentioned, it's a multi-year process. So with a focus on transparency and our new tools this year, improving our decision-making process overall, it goes a long way to set a new foundation for our budget process improvements. As we move into year 2 and 3, our focus will be in developing those key performance indicators, the metrics around how do we know we're hitting our intended outcomes. So you'll see more and more of that going into the 24 and 25 process. In 23, these foundational process improvements will help center our budget now and in the future around our equity goals. There are several specific investments in the 23 budget that continue to implement our work in this realm, including stipends and programming related to our Community Connector program, restoration of neighborhood grants with a portion set aside for manufactured housing communities, pilot program, which we've talked about for a non-law enforcement response program, restoration of older adult services at the East Agewell Center, which started this year, working on partnerships to provide additional support for community immigration services, and enhancing community literacy and outreach through the Boulder Library. Additionally, we have made investments not only in core operations, which I won't go through the list on the right side of the screen, which is significant, just again, keeping some of our core operations going, including water resources, risk management, patrol services, et cetera, but also investments in city staff. As we have highlighted in the past, we couldn't do the work without city staff in providing services to community. So we've made a number of investments in the 23 budget, including making sure that we're keeping up with the cost of living and other pressures on employees. We continue to look at citywide retention and recruitment strategies, some that are included in the 23 budget and some that will come later into 2023. And we've shared this slide before. I will not share all of the slides that we went through in study session on our key investments, but just to highlight for council and community this evening, 2023 recommended budget includes approximately $2 million in wildfire resilience and emergency response efforts. It establishes a new pilot program for a non-law enforcement behavioral health response team. We are providing operating support dollars for the proposed day services center for the unhoused community. We're extending and expanding our efforts related to safe and managed public spaces. We are advancing key infrastructure projects, including several projects under the Community Culture, Resilience, and Safety Tax, such as Fire Station 3, and continued implementation of our facilities master plan, including development at Alpine Balsam. I'll also note that we have many other 2023 budget highlights captured by goal area on the online OpenGov portal under the 2023 budget by goal area, which can be found from the city's main webpage. All right, and as I mentioned this evening, so we had a very nice discussion with council back in September. It's been about a month. We've been able to take some of your feedback and provide additional information, a lot of which is included in the memo this evening. We've also heard from community over the last several weeks, which was great, and we'll hear more this evening. So we wanted to provide some additional information to help set context for this evening's discussion. The one area where we did hear clear council consensus back in September is in the area of additional trash management strategies. So as mentioned, the 2023 recommended budget provides $1 million to extend and expand the Safe and Managed Spaces program. This does propose to include an additional encampment cleanup team, which would be managed out of utilities. It's a general fund expense. This team could manage some additional strategies, which council indicated some support for. The specifics we worked on over the past several weeks, especially our Safe and Managed Spaces team. Utilities did a lot of legwork. We got some feedback from council over the past several weeks, which framed a proposal this evening, which would be added to the recommended 2023 budget. So starting with the first is looking at sharps and needle collection. So hot off the press as of a couple of days ago, the slide says a grant is being explored. We did receive a grant of $7,000 through Boulder Community Health for a large container site for collections at 9th and Canyon. We are exploring additional locations for sharps and needle collections. Another proposal is for enhanced campus-related trash management. There's been some discussion related to move-in and move-out times, especially on campus, and managing some of the large trash items. Currently, there is a program where the onus is on property owners to expand the number of dumpsters and the time of the days of trash removal. The proposal is to have the city essentially pick up costs to expand the number of dumpsters and the number of trash removal days during those periods of time. That cost is up to $55,000. And then another proposal is to install on a trial basis a large bear-proof dumpster or dumpsters within the downtown core. The cost is about $9,000 per dumpster. So our total recommended budget addition this evening is $80,000 for these strategies out of the general fund. Gives us some flexibility within those different areas as proposed. In the area of planning and development review, this was something that came up as a topic during study session. We did want to reiterate what is in the 2023 recommended budget. It does propose an additional 8 positions in planning and development services, in building permitting, development review, and comprehensive planning. It also provides additional contracted assistance funding, so non-personnel as needed. Staff is hopeful that the additions of these staff and process improvements this year will be able to meet permit performance standards later this year. So basically what we're trying to say is that the 23 recommended budget does provide enough resources at this point to meet those standards. If that's not the case, then we'll be back to council with an update and potential future resources. Another area that came up both at study session and I know community is interested in is the arts and culture budget. The funding for arts and culture is driven by the Community Cultural Plan, or CCP, which was accepted by council in November of 2015. The plan sets a target of $2 million for the division budget by 2024. The 2023 recommended budget for arts and culture is $2.5 million, which meets that CCP target a year ahead of time. Within that $2.5 million proposal for next year is a $1.8 million operating budget, $330,000 per year for ARPA enhanced general operating support grants. So that's about $1 million over the 22 through 24. And then $400,000 capital budget for annual public art and signage installations. And that's a combination of general fund dollars through our general fund capital and CCRS. And noted here that staff will continue to work with the Arts Commission to address emerging needs and guide a community process as we get ready for the renewal of the CCP. Another area of discussion is in basic needs in human services. So we did want to provide a full picture. There is a $200,000 enhancement proposed in the 23 budget. That's in the context of a larger constellation of basic needs support in the community. The total funding proposed for basic needs in HHS is $6.9 million. Within that is $5.9 to support community investments in early childhood education, legal services, and case management. $950,000 specifically goes to support rental, childcare, financial, and food assistance. These are programs including EPRIS, or the Eviction Protection and Rental Assistance Program, which is approximately $540,000 proposed in 2023. The $200,000 would be adding, so it's a part of that 6.9. That would bolster the Human Services Fund. That fund goes out to organizations that provide that basic need and preventative service support. And in addition to that $6.9 million, we do have $900,000 appropriated as we need towards basic needs as well. We have had a couple questions from council related to the timing on the proposed day services center and the operating costs. Again, we have proposed $750,000 in the 23 budget for operational expenses, knowing that there's some uncertainty on the location and the type of facility. That community process is underway. We know that capital costs will be necessary. That is not currently programmed in the 23 budget, but we assume we'll be back to discuss that at some point. Because of the uncertainty on the timing, there's likely operational savings that would be created if the center opens any time past January 1st. What staff has done is have a discussion about potentially tapping into those operational savings. At this time, we recommend maintaining the flexibility to have the $750 available for operational needs or other needs as they arise. But we can talk about that a bit later. What happened? Where am I going? It's just, I had to get used to a whole new setup over here. All right, so we have a couple staff recommended budget changes, one of which we discussed, so additional trash management strategies that would add $80,000 to the appropriation in the general fund. And I'll just note this evening that our goal is to try to get you a final number for appropriation for your ordinances so that we can go with final on second reading. So that we'll be doing math. We've got a bunch of people downstairs beneath us running the figures, so we'll make sure that's clean for you when you're ready for your motions. So $80,000 would be added to the general fund to support those additional trash management strategies. We discussed last month, we received the guaranteed maximum price on Fire Station 3. As you all are aware, with inflation, That number came in higher than what we had anticipated in the 23 recommended budget. So what we need to do is add 1.5 million to the CCRS fund in order to complete that project. Since we released the recommended budget, we received updated accommodations tax projections from the Boulder Convention and Visitors Bureau. That does match what we're seeing year to date. So that is good news. By contract and how we handle the CVB annual contract, they receive 20% of the annual accommodations tax revenue, 100% of the food tax revenue. So based on the updated projections, that contract value goes up in 2023. So that is the increment, and that is offset by the revenue coming in. So we would need to change the general fund by that 335 to 16. And then we found an error. We were pulling in the wrong Boulder Junction Fund. Instead of the amount that is listed in your ordinance, it should be 250,000. And we'll show that in a moment, but that is just a correction. And so without any other additional changes, what you would need to do to have a final number this evening is have a general fund total appropriation of that 188.4, which is slightly different than what is in the recommended budget. For the CCRS tax fund, that would go up by the 1.5 mentioned for the Fire Station 3, and then we need to correct the Boulder Junction Improvement Fund. And then you may remember, as we discussed in September, what we asked council to do if there were substantive changes to the budget proposed, to put those up via hotline so that we could essentially work on those and bring those forward this evening. Council members Spear and Wallach went ahead and did that. So I will yield to them to advocate for their various changes. But just to summarize, for Council member Spear, what she suggested was one-time dollars to support additional basic needs, either through ARPA or the operational savings that we discussed from the Day Services Center. Reallocating a portion of patrol and traffic services budget for additional preventative measures, especially in the area of bike and catalytic converter thefts. Additional strategies to connect people to services. This was specifically associated with the current community court model. And then a proposal to reallocate or remove the additional proposed encampment management team. And then for Councilmember Wallach, a number of clarifications related to CCRS and other budget items, and we did provide those in memo and direct hotline response, and happy to address others that we missed this evening. Some concern relates to the related to the timing of the proposed Day Services Center and whether or not that funding was appropriate in the 23 budget. Some concern and requested clarification related to the timing of the airport master plan and associated capital improvements and other miscellaneous funding suggestions for wildfire resilience, arts, and funding strategies to address long-term funding needs. And speaking of long-term funding needs, so just to reiterate a few points that we made in September and highlight a couple new ones. There are ongoing funding implications based on how we're structuring the 23 budget. We continue to have a number of underfunded and unfunded needs. We talked about that when we discussed the library reallocation. We would like to work with you and the Financial Strategy Committee in aligning our master plan process with our budget. And then we have a number of expiring taxes, a couple of which will be considered in November. And there are some what we're saying funding opportunities, but certainly items to put on your radar that will be a part of the discussion over the next year. You've seen this before, but just to put a pin on it, we have a number of items that will require ongoing funding that we're using our one-time flexibility just to make sure we get started this year or in 2023. We will need to revisit these conversations related to Day Services Center, behavioral health response, recreation services, and safe and managed spaces as we move into 2024 budget planning. And we are taking advantage of the opportunity with ARPA to invest in a number of key areas. Again, these are likely needs that extend beyond the amount of funding we have or the time that we have to spend these funds. And the last slide this evening is just to point out some of these funding opportunities or future conversations that this council is likely to have. We've already talked about library budget reallocation if that district is created in November. Same thing with the new climate tax. In addition to that, we have an expiring 0.15% general fund sales tax. We would like to start that conversation early. That's an important general fund tax to support general operations. There are, as we've heard this evening in testimony, additional state and federal opportunities through ARPA or the federal infrastructure bill. We'll highlight that we are proposing a citywide grant position in this budget, and that will help access some of those funds, we hope. And then reviewing dedicated taxes and the authorized uses of those dedicated taxes. It has been some time since we have done that research on what is required through voter action or through our charter or code, and looking at any areas that we might have some flexibility given the number of dedicated taxes that we have. And then lastly, looking at additional partnerships to leverage the city dollars that we do have. So all of those items will be things that we'll be working through you and the Financial Strategy Committee in the coming months. And I believe that's where we'll stop. We do have a very busy slide for the motion language when that is ready, but for now we'll yield to questions.
Well, thanks so much, Mark and Carl. It was a dense presentation, but efficiently presented, packed full of great information. So appreciate that. Council questions? I got Mark.
Yeah, I do have a few questions. Before I start, thank you so much for your response to my hotline. It was extremely substantive, and the answers were very strong and terrific, and I appreciate that. And if I might, if you can pass on my congratulations to Judge Cook. I think her answer in terms of the standards by which we would judge the community court funds, I think was spot on. So my questions are as follows. First, with respect to the firehouse, did we at all explore the concept of value engineering to deal with the cost overruns as opposed to simply putting in more money?
Yeah, I will have to yield to somebody either in person or virtually. I know that the guaranteed, I'll stall while somebody comes up, but the guaranteed maximum price comes in while working with the general contractor, and I believe that's a part of those discussions. But Joanna Crean is here, and I'll let her answer.
Sure. All right, am I speaking loud enough everyone can hear? I'm Joanna Crean. I'm Director of Facilities and Fleet, and so absolutely, actually we did a lot of work on value engineering, and we also looked at our contingency. We looked at lots of different things. Unfortunately, what we saw was an increase just across the board. Unfortunately, we're seeing that with every sort of construction project, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I can. Okay, thank you. Do we have a plan for replenishing fund reserves across the departments since we're kind of scooping them up and using them this year?
Yeah, we do generally, and Carl might want to add to this. I think we do expect fund balance after reserve after 2022, just with operational savings, some salary savings that will help. I think what we were taking from our discussions with council and FSC over the last several months is to try to program those dollars, the fund balance after reserve, where we could. And knowing that we had the flexibility in one time, that's why you see a number of pilots, number of investments in capital projects, is to try to utilize those resources that we had available without drawing down to a point that would be of concern as far from a financial perspective.
And Mark, do you mind to follow up on that? Because my understanding is that we're fully funding our reserves, right? So the reserves are fully funded, but we're not allowing fund balance to accumulate necessarily over budget. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
So, okay.
And I would just add that yes, we did an estimate for what we think 2022 might finish when we said what would those ending fund balances be after reserve, and we're programming to spend those down. But we could very likely finish 2022 with more savings than we even anticipated. We've had challenges, as have many employers, retaining and recruiting, so there may be some additional dollars. And then I'll just also add that those fund balances and the emergency reserves for the general fund are just held in mass. They're not really allocated by department.
Okay.
So they're just held for the general fund and all of the programs and services, essentially, that the general fund supports.
Okay. Just two more. Is there a particular reason why the flow of federal infrastructure dollars seems to be so slow? I mean, we're sort of waiting for the spigot to open. And can you tell us what's happening?
Yeah, and this information's a little dated, but so my understanding of the federal infrastructure bill is that some of the programs were in existence, and so those dollars will flow quicker, although those are likely to be through the state, where we would be going through our normal kind of grant process to participate. A lot of regional projects would be a part of those programs. The infrastructure bill also created new programs, and so I believe there's a process where it's federal program creation and so on and so forth, and that does take some time. I do think it's important to say that we have not had, at least I'll speak from a finance perspective, the staff time to really look deeply into what funding opportunities are coming sooner rather than later. I know our transportation staff has, certainly for those types of projects. But that citywide grant position will certainly help and hopefully be able to start right away in 2023 to access some of those dollars. But it has been slow, and other cities have been experiencing that as well.
Okay, thanks. And my last question, I thought I recalled a number of about $700,000 to deal with family homelessness. Is my recollection fuzzy on that, or is that about the number?
That sounds familiar, but I'll see if there's somebody in the crowd that could help us out.
Anybody?
I see Vicki Ebner coming down.
As you can see, Council, we are full with leadership at all our levels at the meeting, and so they will be coming in and out periodically. Watch enough time, Vicki.
Good evening, Vicki Ebner, HHS. That was presented as part of our annual update in September. However, we did not receive a full request from the family homelessness team. We are investigating options to look at a partnered approach with county, which would likely be an allocation of human service funding.
Okay, thank you. I think that's an important area. So that's all I've got.
Okay. I'm not seeing anybody else. I'll pop in with one. I know when we talked about alternative trash solutions, well, first of all, thank you for looking into that and figuring out some options. I was glad to see those presented in the recommended budget and the changes, so thanks for that. One of the things that we talked about, at least offline, was the possibility of a program like where you'd have you could hire folks experiencing homelessness to help pick up trash around the community, and so programs like that I know have been successful in some other areas like Albuquerque or Portland. Are we looking into that at all for this coming year? Is that a possible option?
Yeah, there's Joanna. I'll let her answer.
Hi, thank you for the question. I'm Joanna Bloom, Deputy Director for Utilities. So it's not something that we would immediately put in this budget, but we are looking at programs to consider for 2023, including those that would potentially build a skill or be more innovative than the current programs that we have, even though the programs that we have are great, but just to see how we can build on that and evolve the programs. So whether or not that, among others, is one that we would look at, we were definitely open to looking at options.
Great. Well, I look forward to your analysis of that when you come back with it.
Great.
Thank you. Yeah, Lauren.
I also saw in the memo that we had, it mentioned voluntary incentives for the trash pickup around the hill. I don't know if that was thought of as a separate or similar program to what Aaron just mentioned. Is that sort of in the same place where you're thinking about what that might be and how that might be implemented?
For sure. So I think generally speaking, and I'll let others chime in as needed, but I think there's kind of themes of what we'd be considering. One is we have a sense or a spirit of openness in terms of what we're looking at. I know we're doing peer city comparisons to see what other folks are doing that's working and also what we could make our own. I think we need to do further integration on our end to figure out the mechanics of what specifically would be successful here. And I know those conversations are already happening and will continue. So we need to just look at those a little bit more closely, but for sure, I think we are open to investigating what would be successful and what would meet the needs of the community.
And I have just one more on the same line. So there was also mention of either 20 to 40 new dumpsters in the Hill area and 3 large bear-proof ones downtown. Are you I'm just trying to imagine where those would go. Are you thinking that that's just supplementing what commercial properties are providing, or is that something that would be separate and on city property somewhere?
Yes, so I think there's 2 separate categories. The larger number, the 20 to 40 on the Hill, would be coincident with CU move-in, move-out periods, and we would need to identify those locations. And the idea being that because there's more frequent pickup during those move-in, move-out periods, that they would be there for a temporary stretch, we would kind of do a blitz and then move them. The 3 downtown, the bear-proof, would be more permanent, and we would need to work with within our own department, but also with any external partners. But the idea would be to focus on those corridors that we're most frequently in along Boulder Creek. So for example, like at the Justice Center, but we would need to work that out.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Jeannie?
thanks.
Thank you. I have a question and comment to make about basic needs. I find that term a little bit not very clear to me. And part of the question, I'm looking at slide 23, and even when I was reading the packet on page 7, I was thinking, okay, what does basic needs really include? What doesn't it include? And it mentioned legal services, and I'm wondering, legal services for whom?
Thanks for the question. And
You're not going to take that one?
I am not going to take that one. I'm going to tag out. So give me just 1 second. Thanks.
I see Elizabeth coming down. Come on down.
Good evening, Elizabeth Crow with HHS. So some of the legal services that we invest in through HHS include immigrant legal services and legal services for community members experiencing domestic violence and who need other services, organizations like the Colorado Legal Services, Bridge to Justice, Immigrant Legal Services Center, organizations like those. So all benefiting community members who are low income or experiencing other disparities like racism, heterosexism, violence, et cetera.
Thank you. So it's technically a set aside outside of because you do have $950,000 for eviction prevention, but it's other services relating to different
correct.
Issues in the family.
Yeah,
okay.
And we primarily provide those legal services through the Human Services Fund through a competitive fund round process, although we do have a multi-year channel, and most of the organizations I just mentioned are in that track. We also provide some of those services, invest in some of those services through the Health Equity Fund.
Thank you. Can I make a comment?
Well, I think comments will come after the public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Rachel, you have a question?
I do have a question. And it's sort of an overarching question that I think will invite more conversation for another day beyond just this budget discussion. But essentially, I'm worried that Housing First is not quite working the way that we would hope it would be working. I've always thought that there were sort of gaps in who gets selected for housing, and now I think in keeping with testimony from Timothy Thomas, I believe it was tonight, we're sort of asking affordable housing operators to succeed without enough staffing that would help people living there to succeed. So I think we need a much deeper bench in terms of an array of housing options, including lots more living situations with more intensive staffing, such as group homes and even staffed safe outdoor spaces. I'm going to bring this back to the budget, trust me on this, and a question. So I would like to see funding for more dense settings like group homes aggressively pursued, I've heard from a state representative, and tonight we all heard from Jonathan Singer that there are just tens of millions of dollars sitting there waiting for people to apply. So my question is one grant funding position enough, given that we want to get at this money before it expires?
That's a good question. I think we can start on the grant position. What we're envisioning is the citywide grant position. There will also be a dedicated resource pending our discussion next week for CCRS as well. And so those two ideally will work in tandem as a little office to look at those grant opportunities. I do think it would be helpful to have a conversation at some point about prioritization in pursuing grants. Depending on what the appetite is of council, we'll see. But until we have a chance to, hear your support for those positions, but also have an idea of what the priorities are and develop a work plan and so on and so forth. So I'm sorry, that didn't really directly answer that. Maybe it might be enough, but it depends on our discussion with council.
Thank you for that. I'll hold the rest for comments.
Well, just follow, and I assume that we're applying for grants without that dedicated grant position, right? I'm sure people in different departments are applying for grants all the time.
I was just going to say that there are folks already in our organization that do a great job at looking for grants, a lot of them in HHS who are phenomenal. And I think that this is never the only bite at the apple, right? Like as we get to do some of this work, and if we see that we need more support, we will come back to you and talk about it. But for now, this is where we're starting, and I think that we're in conjunction with a conversation about prioritization. We think that we're currently in a good place as this moves forward, but we certainly know that we can always come back to you.
I would just add a caveat of my understanding is this money is time limited and sort of has an early expiration date. I don't know if Kurt or Jonathan Singer even is still here. Vicky, I see Vicky standing.
So regarding the joys of being short, regarding the specific homelessness grants, while there are multiple $1 million, quite a large fraction of that is earmarked toward some of the large campuses that are being put in regionally. We have been working with the county and the local nonprofits to determine a strategy on what makes sense for whom to apply for what. Specifically, the city of Boulder is planning on going after SB 1378 to help furnish and support the day service center. We have allocated quite a bit of ARPA funding toward the Building Home program, which gets to what you're talking about, that deeper bench, which is around housing retention. Our housing exits team at HSBC, Homeless Solutions for Boulder County, just met today. One of the conversations was about group homes, transitional housing, some of those other pieces of that puzzle and how we can make those be reality.
I'll do one more follow-up. Is HSBC applying for some of those grants independent of us, or is the county? Is that what that means?
So HSBC is a collaborative. It's not an actual formal organization. So we deploy a divide and conquer methodology. So the county applies for some things on behalf of the group, the city does for some, and in other cases, some of our nonprofit organizations apply directly.
Just to clear up some acronyms, by the way, HHS is Housing and Human Services, and HSBC is the Homeless Solutions for Boulder County, the collaborative organizations that work on ending homelessness in our county. All right, any other questions? I got Lauren.
I have a Parks and Rec related question. So in the comments from boards and commissions, there was a concern about the budget not being enough to reduce or to avoid reductions in the community benefit recreation subsidies. And I was wondering what kind of budget allocation it would take in order to not see those reductions.
Hello, I'm Jackson Height, Business Services Manager for Parks and Recreation.
Get in a little closer to that mic.
Yes, absolutely. Is this better? We received about $1.6 million in general fund subsidy to the Recreation Activity Fund. This was about a $2.1 million ask that we did have. So the $2.1 million would allow us to provide full community benefit programming. This would provide full community benefit programming. As it stands right now, we are maintaining our current service levels, which includes financial aid assistance and continuation of the REQUITY program. This would be continuation of the REQUITY program and our financial aid program.
Still needed. Closer to the microphone.
But yeah, we got that last bit. Does that answer your question?
And Lauren, if I might just add to that. So the way that the budget is proposed for 23 is it maintains, as Jackson said, the current level of service. So there are no cuts to our service. It does raise the question about future funding, which we've pointed out that in order to maintain that level of subsidy for those programs, for our work related to equity programming, we do need to have a larger conversation about the permanence of the general fund subsidy. So I think, and Jackson, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the board's concerns is that the 23 budget doesn't solve that permanently, and we acknowledge that.
Okay, so it would accomplish it for 2023, but then in future budget cycles, that will be a recurring question. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions, so I think we can go ahead and move to the public hearing. So just a couple of notes about changes to the sign-up list. We had Joshua Pollock was signed up for in-person, but is actually virtual, so he'll be the last virtual speaker. And then we had Dan Creel and Nate Urandi, who were originally on the open comment list, but wanted to speak to the budget, so they are the last in-person speakers. We've got a total of 21 folks, so that'll be 2 minutes each. If you are pooling, you will get 5. Although you will have to have the people you're pooling with present in the meeting. Okay, so, and please do queue up as I call your name. The first 3 speakers are Brooke Harrison, Holly Carlson, and Emily Reynolds.
Hello.
Get that mic down a little bit.
Is it working?
Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay. Brooke Harrison, Boulder resident. I'm here to support the requested funding for Safe and Managed Spaces program and Boulder Police Department. The intent of the Safe and Managed Spaces program is not to solve homelessness and end encampments, but to keep our public spaces clean and accessible. By this metric, they have been widely successful, collecting 106 tons of debris and addressing 389 camping sites. Councilperson Spear is correct. When we clean up one area, people move to another. But this is not a failure of the program or of BPD, but a systemic failure in our approach to homelessness. To the best of my knowledge, none of our homeless services have solved homelessness. Yet it is not being proposed that they be defunded. It's also not unreasonable to try a pilot program like the Austin Violet Bag program or the Tacoma and Elk Grove Pay to Clean pilots. But these are not a substitute for an organized and reliable cleanup crew. While questioning the funding for successful programs, there's a push to reinstate programs that have failed in the past, such as a day shelter and downtown porta potties. The allocation of $750,000 for a day shelter, still in the planning phase, is fiscally irresponsible. Consider instead investing those funds in expanding drug treatment and mental health services. Finally, I echo Councilperson Wallach's dismay at the below-inflation increase to the police department's budget. We have a growing crime problem in Boulder. Chief Harold needs money to recruit and retain officers. She also needs money for technology and for training. We're not as bad as Chicago or San Francisco, but are we going to wait until then to act? Please fully fund the Safe and Managed Spaces program, BPD, and reallocate the day shelter funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Holly Carlson, Emily Reynolds, and Garrett Baum.
Council members, I'm commenting tonight on the 2023 budget of $11 million for affordable housing investment. That's what you guys had on your website. I'm a single mother of 2 and a resident of Depot Square, a dilapidated affordable housing building. Depot Square maintains a multiple city voucher units and has made the news several weeks ago on September 9th because tenants who have lived in 2 of our units were operating a meth, fentanyl, and bike chop shop for several years and were in possession of guns and other stolen property. Yesterday, an arrest warrant was finally issued, and hopefully these 2 neighbors will not go out of jail. They have spent the last month continuing their operations in Depot Square since the SWAT team busted in their door September 9th. This situation continued for years despite repeat tenant complaints to Boulder Housing Partners and the management company, Avnath Capital Management. There are other serious ongoing code violations and criminal activity in and around Depot Square. I worry daily for the safety of my 2 children and whether we have been living in a building contaminated by meth. My arrested neighbors had a long history of criminal activity, drug addiction, homelessness, yet were housed with families, seniors, and disabled community members through our city's Housing First program. How is this considered to be safe? In addition to the crime, apartments in Depot Square are not being maintained and the elevators are often not working. I am the one who has to call Boom Properties to get them fixed. I am the code officer, I am the property maintenance manager for my building, and I get paid 0. However, I am bullied constantly by Avnath Property Management to the point now that they are trying to evict me. So I do hope that the services you guys offer through the community and through your courts, through the local courts here, actually help me, because I've watched 2 residents who were good tenants not only get financial assistance through Boulder and get legal help through Boulder, they went through the court system and still got evicted. So what did that do for them but null and void? Council, when you decide to spend the $11 million, please do it wisely.
But you can email us any additional comments. Thank you.
You can come take a look at this building and come meet the property management that you guys have let do this for 2.5 years.
Thank you. Now we have Emily Reynolds, Garrett Baum, and Scott Crosby.
Good evening, Council. Nice to see you in person this evening. Regarding Boulder's budget for 2023, we must not allow our public spaces to further degrade by limiting the budget to clean up the tons of garbage, used needles, and human waste. The Utilities Department's request to double their budget for cleanup of encampment waste and hazards is more than reasonable. An even higher amount would ensure that residents, students, and visitors don't have to step in it, so to speak, or meet the guy with the machete on the creek path. It's absurd to pretend that if we give them money, they will clean up after themselves. Giving money to addicts to clean up their own mess is an incentive to create more trash to get more money. What will the city's liability be if someone gets stuck with a needle or harmed? The claim is the program's not reducing illegal camping. Please note, that's not the purpose of this team. Their goal is to keep our public spaces safe, clean, and managed. And the tons of trash cleared are proof that they are doing just that in a compassionate manner. To say that the program doesn't work having not spent the first year funding is ludicrous. If we use that progressive logic, we might well close down the scores and scores of houseless programs because none of them are reducing illegal camping. Though some councilors want the police out of cleanups, the cleanups are dangerous and the crews want them there to help with hostile, aggressive campers. Also, these cleanup folks include people of color and formerly homeless. Why take their jobs away? Another unintended consequence of this mindless idea. I'm not in favor of rewarding illegal camping or eliminating all consequences and accountability. Cray cray.
Thank you, Emily. Now we have Garrett Baum, and I understand is not pooling time, and so then after that will be Scott Crosby and Forrest Hunt.
Thank you.
You can get into the mic, please.
Can you hear me? Thank you. Now you meet me in person. You've received six correspondences from me since late August, and 6 of you, including the city manager, have totally ignored and avoided me or your constituents. It's time for you to start listening to your constituents rather than ignoring them. I own a building in Boulder on the hill that has been vandalized more times than I can count. I have to pay crews to clean up human waste on an ongoing basis. I have tenants that have been forced out of business because customers are afraid to shop there. I have invested millions in your community. I pay almost $80,000 a year in property tax and get absolutely nothing in return. Falling apart sidewalks, graffiti fines, no snow removal, broken windows, broken doors, and theft. Boulder is broken. Your policies are destroying our community. Students are leaving, businesses are closing and leaving, longtime residents as well as new ones are leaving. Your failed policies have the effect of encouraging people to migrate to Boulder to commit crimes with no fear of being caught or consequences. Gun violence, public intoxication, public illicit drug use, illegal camping, harassment of community members, vandalism, and theft. No big deal in Boulder. Take seriously the health, safety, and wellness of your community. Tell your judges you want them to follow the letter of the law and incarcerate criminals. Speak with the sheriff and work with him to assure that there is ample space to adequately incarcerate criminals. If you do not, then you continue to encourage criminals and maybe even previously non-criminals to begin committing crimes as there is no punishment. You become Portland, Chicago, Minneapolis, or others. That is not a compliment. Chief Harold, Deputy Chief Redfern, and your entire police department want to protect and serve the community enforcing the laws. Approve the budget for the police. Approve the budget for the cleanup of illegal encampments. Enforce your laws. Take care and protect your community.
Thank you, Garrett. Now we have Scott Crosby, Forrest Hunt, and Sherry Hack.
Hi, thank you. Please increase the budget to fund the police department so they can restore safety on the Hill.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Oh. Please increase the budget to fund your police to increase safety on the Hill and throughout the Boulder community so local businesses can be successful and parents can feel free to let their kids roam. I'm a 1990 CU graduate. My son graduated in May. I have a special needs little brother that would be homeless if it wasn't for my family and I. I know tough love works. I am speaking on their behalfs. I have been managing and leasing the Boulder Hill property for over 10 years. We have a real problem now. The Hill is not worth investing in by local businesses and community visits to the Hill. No one wants to visit the Hill anymore. It's too dirty. It's too scummy. Businesses are closing left and right. Rosenberg's is about to consider closing. Their lack of success should be a real massive wake-up for all of you. That is the exact type of tenant that most Boulderites would want to be locating here in Boulder, Colorado. And they can't make it, and they can make it at 5 Points, the so-called terrible place of Denver. You guys are worse than that. Safety at a minimum is a requirement the city must provide. Just that, just safety. In my opinion, the city has reduced police budgets to where they're not supporting, and then they're not supporting the good police officers. They are spread too thin, and no one wants to be a police officer anymore. Can you blame them? You tie their hands and don't let them enforce the law. Worse, you empower the homeless and the drug addicts. Colorado Springs has improved their downtown homeless problem just by making it a privilege to be downtown, not a right to their homeless. Vagrants and homeless have no deterrence from being arrested because they are released on their personal cognizance bond that they don't care about, but most of all, it discourages the police to enforce the law because they know they'll just be released. Thank you. You have a real problem and you should be ashamed because it's on your watch.
Thank you, Scott. I've been informed Forrest Hunt is actually a virtual speaker, so we'll get back to Forrest later on in the public hearing. So we've got Sherry Hack, Susan Smith, and Linda Quigley.
I'm a longtime Boulder resident. Public safety is a big concern. Every day we see more and more crime here. Last week we had a librarian attacked in the main library where she suffered a head and spine injury. Shortly after that, we had 3 separate violent incidents on the Hill in 2 nights. There was also $30,000 in damages when businesses had their windows broken. This senseless violence is devastating our city. I read the budget document and I want to talk about Councilwoman Spears' suggestion to reallocate or remove the budget for additional encampment cleanup. This is a bad idea, and here's why. I have personally seen progress in areas where encampments have been cleared. However, there is opportunity for more progress to be made. Better enforcement and cleanup would cause those who want services to seek them out. And those who don't want services or who choose to commit crimes should be held accountable for their actions. Our laws should be enforced, not ignored. The money allocated to enforce those laws shouldn't be reallocated or cut. The trash and toxic waste at these dumps requires a specialized cleaning team with a police escort because it's dangerous work. We have a recurring encampment behind Boulder High School. Do you on council really think it's okay for our school kids to be so vulnerable to what happens there? Just this week, a young girl was chased on her bike by 3 men from this camp. The budget document stresses the importance of businesses in Boulder and the tax revenue they generate. How long before business owners get sick and tired of the vandalism and crime and move out, taking their revenue with them? Keeping the public safe and working towards the best interest of Boulder residents should be your #1 priority with this proposed budget. This community newsletter outlines what your job is as City Council. And what it is to hire certain officials to oversee departments responsible for city services. And one of those is keeping
up, but if you can email us your additional
keeping the public safe. I email you all the time.
Okay, thank you. All right, we've got Susan Smith, Linda Quigley, and Tim Thomas.
We stipulate the City Council recognizes and responds to the critical distinction between homeless and transients, the latter who come from other states and countries who do not want to better their situation, are criminal addicts of illegal drugs and substance, and result in 88% of crimes we are suffering in Boulder, enabled solely by your destructive policies. You are stealing appropriated funds from our homeless while they are frightened to go into shelters and are last in line for services, and residents are terrified to walk the streets, bike paths, and live in their homes. We demand this distinction be recognized and acted on immediately, Council. Boulder used to be known as the best for everything. Now we have the appalling distinction to be the best city for illegal encampments and services for hazardous nomad transients. Unacceptable. You are currently spending millions of dollars, which does not include a massive amount of resulting expense, and less than 500 at best go to our actual homeless residents. Unsustainable. Stop stealing from the homeless. Do you rationalize rules for ye but not for me? How do you live with yourselves amidst this destruction? We demand that you first home, foster, shelter, feed, fund, allow your bikes, properties, bodies to be destroyed, ravaged and stolen, to become a toxic waste dump of needles, feces, garbage, and render your residents a haven for criminal activity and demise. Stop violating, victimizing, and terrorizing the residents of our community. Stop misappropriating our tax and grant money you are embezzling from our homeless. It is time to wake up, not woke up, Council, and prioritize public safety. Restore productive residency laws that eliminate transients. Rescind day use centers. Stop misusing and abusing our police as pest infestation and sanitation controllers. Stop breaching your civil oath and duty to protect your residents. Uphold and reinstate all actions.
You can email us your additional comments. Please stop. Your time is up.
Policies are unsustainable, unsanctioned, and terroristic. It is no more compassionate to enable humans.
You're not respecting other people's time. Everyone else only has 2 minutes.
Sharpened knives for a cutter, kerosene to a narcissist, or weapons to a mass killer. It is not compassionate to rob our homeless.
Your time is up. Please stop. Thank you. All right. All right, and hopefully other people can stick to the 2-minute limit here, so everyone has the same amount of time to speak. So we got Linda Quigley, Tim Thomas, and Mary Madirio.
When we were virtual, I used to write everything down that I would say to you because we had 2 minutes. And it felt much worse than Indianapolis 500. It's the town I grew up in. I think there's this pent-up desire to talk to you because you felt like our stealth counsel for 3 years. And I'm not saying you intended that, but it just doesn't feel like you've been there. We write emails, they go into a black hole. We don't know what you think, but we see policies that aren't working. If you know of a single progressive-run town where policies like we have are working, please tell me. I'd love to go visit and see what it is we missed, because I have this same problem. I'm disabled. I don't want to bike down a path and have a bottle of urine thrown to my head. I don't want children to run through a gauntlet to get to school. It's not working. God bless you for caring about people who have lost their homes. Nicole, God bless you. But you cannot lose core services like safety, and just having clean spaces for the public. All of us that built all these bike paths, that built this beautiful town, we can't lose those. It feels like that's what we're doing. And I haven't read a single word of what I wrote, but thank you for your time.
Thanks, Linda. We've got Tim Thomas, Mary Madirio, and Jennifer Rhodes.
Several people, including my former CU professor, have asked me why don't I run for council. I've been involved in local politics on and off for almost 25 years. Because I don't want to set myself up for failure. You're getting a first look at over a $500 million budget. There's only two major problems with our budget process: putting the budget together and spending the money. Specifically, the city's budget has pretty much been on autopilot as long as I've been following it. It mainly consists of last year's budget plus some percentage. Putting it together. Maybe some of you think it's immoral to charge sales tax on food in this time of outrageous inflation. Your finance department would probably inform you that you can't do it because it would affect our bond rating. You got to dig in. Propose zero-based budgeting. I understand the nuances. Spending it. If we're not paying attention to what we're spending our money on, a couple of months ago I wrote an op-ed piece in the Daily Camera suggesting that the city employ an independent city auditor. The Denver Independent City Auditor's website says that an independent audit function serves as a tool for good government, transparency, and accountability. One of the main things that they do is performance-based auditing. All the questions that you're asking right now, an independent city auditor would have given you the answer. Let me give you an example. Boulder Housing Partners is part of something called the Moving to Work program. It's a demonstration program that only about 100 housing authorities in the country are involved with. It gives them great flexibility to use operating funds and Section 8 funds together, mixing them together. The Section 8 is tied to the place. There are tiers for your income and your rent. Some of them start at 38%, going up to 46% when the federal government says that affordable housing is supposed to be 30%. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Thank you, Tim. Mary Madirio, Jennifer Rhodes, and Zoe Rhodes-Wallen.
Mary has informed us that she does not want to speak again, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Jennifer Rhodes, then.
Hi, I'm here tonight because my daughter told me the other day that she does not feel safe. Yeah, I'm here today because my daughter told me the other day that she does not feel, my 14-year-old daughter goes to Boulder High, and my 12-year-old daughter, they both bike together and they go to school down the bike path. They ride 1.5 miles in broad daylight. My daughters told me the other day that they do not feel safe biking on the bike path any longer, and they want to take Arapahoe instead to get to school because they are constantly accosted, yelled at, blocked, and they do not feel safe. It is unacceptable what's happening in the streets today. I'm a psychiatrist in the community, and I know from data on substance abuse that substance abuse and violent crimes are very linked and associated. That is an indisputable fact. Crimes will continue and things will go very awry if something is not done. My kids, my friends' kids, small business owners, residents, visitors to this beautiful town feel unsafe walking in public areas. That is unacceptable. The basic rights of Boulder residents should be a priority. We should feel safe in public spaces. We have to make our public areas safe. The ask that my kids can get to school safely seems like a very basic ask, and the city is failing.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have Zoe Rhodes-Wolin, Lisa Spalding, and Sam Yu.
Hi, I'm Zoe Rhodes-Wolin. I'm a 9th grader at Boulder High School, and I bike with my younger sister on the bike path every day to get to and from school. Recently, I've made the decision to bike on Arapahoe because I no longer feel safe biking on the bike path. This is because men who are hanging around the bike path have yelled at me, made lewd comments, asked for me to give them a ride, jumped out in front of me, blocked my path, yelled at my sister, and just made us feel unsafe. This is not how it should be. We should feel safe riding a bike to school on a bike path for 10 minutes in the middle of in morning and 4 in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. And I appreciate you coming and talking to us tonight. We don't get too many high school students, so thanks for participating.
I just wanted to +1 that too. That was great, Zoe. Thanks for being here.
Lisa, and then Sam Yu and Dan Creel.
Lisa Spalding. I'm speaking on behalf of the University Hill Neighborhood Association's, the University Hill Neighborhood Association's Executive Committee. Residents of the Hill are terrified by the growing gun crisis in our neighborhood. It was a miracle that 2 police officers were nearby and rushed to the scene of the shootout at 1:27 a.m. last Sunday. They prevented the death and serious injuries that would surely have occurred without their intervention. It was a miracle because our police force is down by 29 patrol officers. Both students and long-term residents are frightened. Guns were pulled at a 4th of July party this year, and later that night, a shootout occurred at 14th and Euclid. Students are now reporting armed home invasions and armed disruptions at Greek parties. The situation is spinning out of control, but the funds allocated to the police department in the 2023 budget do not even cover the rise in inflation. How many fraternity boys have already armed themselves for self-defense? We need more police, not more armed citizens. People expect the New Hill Hotel being constructed at 13th and University and the CU Conference Center to revitalize the Hill Business District. However, the business district will never improve if this influx of criminals with guns continues. Denver Mayor Michael Hancock earmarked $8.4 million to fill 188 open officer positions in his proposed 2023 budget. Hiring police officers is highly competitive, and Boulder would need almost $1.3 million to match the money Denver wants to offer. Please revise this budget and allocate sufficient funds for our police department. We depend on you to keep us safe and to support economic vitality in our business district. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. All right, we've got Sam Yu, Dan Creel, and Nate Urandi.
Good evening. Name Sam Yu and age 55. 30 years
Can you
ago.
speak into the mic, sir, please?
Yeah, 30 years ago, I came here for study in my master degree in civil engineer. My daughter also graduated from the CU. And 15 years ago, I owned the Rose Hill Wine and Spirits It's a small liquor store, only 800 square feet. And then we have a great team over here. My employee, in 5 seconds, they can identify a fake ID, even though they know the signature is incorrect. So, this team, we run like 15 years, and till recently, we really suffering a lot of homeless people and really threatening our employee. Our employee really afraid to go home after work. So I need to buy the paper spray, a little one paper spray for them 2 years ago. And now, you know what? I need to buy the bear spray. I don't know, anybody know about bear spray? Like this big. Bear spray to be able to defend themselves. That's a shame. For as a business owner, we are so scared. And the law enforcement, if we don't have a decent budget for them, we will not get a proper police department. And who's going to protect us? So I need to what? I need to look into the eBay or Amazon to find a 2-liter or maybe even bigger paper spray for my employee or for my store. That just doesn't make sense. If we don't have that kind of a law enforcement to protect us, then you know what? The freedom is not this country. The freedom is for the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Dan Creel and then Nate Urandi is our last in-person speaker.
Yes, my name is Dan Creel. I live at 2037 Walnut Street, an apartment complex of 26 apartments. And in the last year, we haven't been complaining to the police and Boulder Housing Partners about the drug and chop shops and specific apartments, and it's taken a year to have anything done. And that's just not right for the tenants that live there that aren't doing the drugs or chopping the bikes and all the other neighbors in our neighborhood. And we do need to fund the police, but they need to be able to do something instead of just having their hands tied. So you guys really need to do something with the police so they can help and make sure that this community is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Nate Urandi?
First of all, kudos to you for pronouncing the double L like a Y. That is missed by a lot of people. So can everybody hear me well enough? Okay, great. So Nate Urandi, my wife and I have been in Boulder since 1993, the past 4+ years, next to the 2037 Walnut Street complex that Dan just talked about. And 2037 is a qualified Section 8 housing. I don't know the exact terminology. But I'm here as a concerned neighbor for a lot of the tenants that are in there, like Dan. There's a number of tenants who have been assaulted verbally and physically and do not feel safe in the complex due to the criminals who use their units for drug dealing, drug use, bicycle chop shops, and more. It seems like a common theme that we're hearing today. Over the weekend, I spoke to a female tenant who was really distraught. She's a rape victim, and she's been threatened to the point where she actually told me she wasn't sure if life was worth living still. It's a very, very real and clearly points to a failure of the current system. The police force is aware of all the documented behavior and has been very helpful to the extent that it's been able to, and despite the scarcity of budget and resources with which it operates. So thank you, officers, very much for your tireless support. I'm respectfully asking that you consider a material increase in budget being provided to combat decisions and policies which have de facto lowered the quality of life at 2037 and other Section 8 units, and therefore to the surrounding communities, and it's happening to the lowest common denominator. The current situation just isn't working. It's neither resilient nor sustainable. As an example, increased budget could fund social services to the tenants who are trying to do something with their lives. So rather than giving a handout to those who abuse the system, let's change the focus to providing a hand up to those who are deserving of the gesture, again, like Dan and other tenants. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate. All right, we're going to move to our virtual speakers. Our first three are Lila Hickey, Claudia Thiem, and Lynn Siegel, although I understand Claudia is not in the meeting, so we may need to skip over her. So Lila.
Hello, council and staff. I signed up to speak tonight when I heard that the alternative/behavioral health response program was on the 2023 budget. It has become increasingly apparent to any attentive member of our society that when police come in contact with distressed individuals, awful, awful things happen. And jurisdictions that are genuinely interested in improving outcomes have reached the same conclusion. Police services in America do a great many things that don't actually require police presence, usually to the detriment of all involved. Boulder's Critical Incident Response Team has had a great many successes since it launched in December 2021, and very few police escalations. Increasing funding for this work is an obvious next step that will probably end up saving the city money, both by avoiding the exorbitant cost of emergency services interactions and by reducing the likelihood of future police violence and abuse-related lawsuits. On a similar note, I'm delighted to see the Day Center receiving funding. We must do more for our unhoused folk, both as a moral imperative and because it simply makes sense as a way to provide services that can avert much worse outcomes. Finally, I wanted to express appreciation and support for Councillor Spear's suggestion that we reallocate funding for encampment sweeps. It's misguided, it's ineffective, and it's incredible to me that we do not recognize this for what it is, a toddler's trick, pushing peas around their plate in the hopes that it will appear they've made some measurable impact. Except in this case, we are playing with people's lives. I urge council to put its money where its mouth is. What tangible change will the people of Boulder get for this $1.3 million item? And when I say the people of Boulder, I don't just mean the ones living in $1 million homes. I mean the ones who live in tents as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lila. So we have Lynn Siegel, and then Heather Contessa has withdrawn, so then Charlene Hoffman.
My, that's quite an indictment. Quite an indictment. I would approve this a budget if impact fees were imposed properly. Sam Weaver reminded me last night that they were 120, there was a quantification done of all the impact fees a developer having his unit made, and it's $120 per square foot. Years ago, it went all the way from $9 a square foot to $13 a square foot. This is a problem. I'm not going to approve any budget. I'm not going to suggest remotely any budget without you doing something about the fundamentals. Now, I got to tell you about a house that went through LDRC and got passed for demolition. It's an 8,000 square foot estate at the juncture of Baseline and Flagstaff. 8,000 square feet, 6.1 million bucks, 1.29 acres. Someone just bought it as an empty lot because LDRC passed it right through for demolition. And LDRC isn't recorded and doesn't see the light of day. I'm the only one that goes to the meetings. So as long as you're subsidizing things like demolitions of estates in Boulder, you got a real problem. And the public's not seeing it. So think about that. This one woman in Little Russia, you know, at Floral Park, wanted to put some windows in for $30,000, and she got kicked to Landmarks Board. She has to go to a hearing, and this demolition got approved. It's an estate. It's rock solid. It is fireproof. It's a beautiful house from 1941 that's been completely redone.
Lynn, your time is up, but please email us your additional comments. Right now we've got Charlene Hoffman, Angelica Alexander, and Forrest Hunt.
Hi, this is Charlene from the Boulder Convention and Visitors Bureau. On behalf of our board of directors, which includes our local hospitality community of hotels, restaurants, breweries, arts organizations, CU, and downtown businesses, we want to express support for more funding to address the homeless situation in Boulder. All these organizations rely on tourism and visitation, and we feel the problem is getting to a tipping point, needing more budget priority before we suffer irreparable damage. Because of the homeless encampments down by the Boulder Creek, visitors and residents don't feel safe, and it's cast a very dark cloud over one of our city's crown jewels and key community assets. Therefore, we've had to remove all marketing related to the Boulder Creek from our website, and we've discontinued the distribution of our Boulder Creek brochures. Recently, I witnessed homeless people down on Pearl spitting on passersby, urinating on storefront windows, openly smoking marijuana just outside of restaurant entrances, and even one man aggressively not letting two women pass while demanding money. There have been two managers recently assaulted inside the Dushanbe Tea House by a homeless person, once while a wedding was going on, and their employees are no longer allowed to walk alone to their cars at night. It's really becoming a safety hazard, and the tea house is also one of our greatest assets, and this situation is tangibly affecting our destination brand and tarnishing Boulder's attractiveness. As we know, the lack of tourism during the pandemic has had a big economic impact, and we need that economic visitation to help keep Boulder thriving. And we're not saying that all homeless people are criminal. We know it's a very complicated situation, but we do ask for your support for more funding for the Safe and Managed Spaces program, which supports enforcement, cleanup, and the Downtown Ambassador team. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Charlene. Angelica Alexander, then Forrest Hunt, and Joshua Pollock is our last speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. So safety should obviously be our foremost concern, but that includes protecting our residents, which does include the homeless, from unnecessary police harassment. We should be making Boulder the envy of their cities, so effective and useful our police are. Our policies right now are not moving toward that goal. We need to allocate more towards alternative programs that don't focus on jailing and punishing people, but from moving forward. And also, I want to point out that increasing police funding may not actually help, because often it just does not prevent crimes, only stops it after it occurs. Multiple studies have shown that to be the case. I would love to send those for further consideration and also to help make decisions on that. But we must consider science, not just feelings, in preventing crime. For our homeless population, the housing first method has proven to be effective, but we are undergoing a housing crisis, so I understand that that would necessarily be difficult. But in that place, we need resources to be allocated to programs that improve long-term outcomes and reduce inefficient and ineffective plans like the ongoing camp cleanups that do nothing to actually solve the issue. They just, as I was said earlier, push things around like peas on a plate. Doing otherwise is just wasting taxpayer money. You're not solving the issue. You're just trying to cover it up and make the city look nicer and not solving it long term. We need to ensure people have safe places to use drugs so they're not littering those needles, and then we don't have to clean them up in the first place. They need places to go to the bathroom to prevent feces in the first place. And I would suggest moving beyond day shelters to also have 24-hour shelters, especially as we approach winter, which would get those people off the streets instead of shuffling them in during the day, and then at night they're still let out onto the streets. They don't have somewhere to go. We need to be more efficient about how we allocate funding, reduce negative police interactions, and improve positive outcomes for everyone by using methods that have actually been proven to work. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Angelica. We have Forrest Hunt and Joshua Pollock.
Forrest, your mic is open. You'll just need to unmute.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. As an expert in commercial and working with businesses for years, I think that keeping an active and open commercial and streetscape and commercial landscape in the community is important to keeping businesses thriving, and also it helps build a community that helps uplift and build a positive influence against homelessness and drug abuse and crime and violence. So we're asking that you fund the police to help against the violence that we've seen, the homelessness, the problems that we've all seen, and to keep businesses thriving in the community, specifically the Hill, but also throughout Boulder. As it's a slippery slope we've seen in other places. Obviously Denver, it's prominent. 16th Street Mall, we've watched it for 2 years. When there's vacancies, people congregate, and there's problems, there's issues, and it leads to a snowball effect that influences the rest of the community. So that's all we ask, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Forrest. Joshua Pollock's our last speaker.
Hello, Council. Thank you. My name is Joshua Pollock. I am the owner of Bridge and Tunnel Restaurant Group that operates Rosenberg's Bagels, Sherry's Soda Shop, among others in Denver. I'm a CU graduate, and so my love for Boulder and the Hill attracted me to open my businesses in 2021. I had high hopes for the Hill being a place where all members of the community could come, not just college students, but families, people that live on the Hill, people that live in North Boulder. And what I found was what a lot of people are talking about today. There's vagrant communities and crime on the Hill that make it a non-attractive place for people to travel to. It attracts other types of nonsense and crime. I've lost countless amounts of dollars and employees that have to clean up feces and urine daily as part of their daily routine coming into work because they feel unsafe coming in early in the morning to a bagel shop. And my heart's broken for it. Today I had to make the hardest choice of my life, and I've closed both businesses permanently, and I will no longer be occupying a business on the Hill because the police do not have the funding they need to patrol that neighborhood. I know that the homeless situation is complex and cannot be solved with one budget act, but a mere police presence on the Hill will really curb a majority of these issues and hopefully attract it to another business and make it the retail corridor it was when I first went to Boulder, Colorado. It's a sad day for me. It's a sad day for the people who have been patronizing my store, even though they have to walk over people passed out on the sidewalk with needles sticking out of their arm. And I really wish it could have been different for me, but without you funding this, I don't see any other business taking my place. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Joshua. All right, so that's the end of our public hearing. I want to thank everyone for taking the time to come and speak to us tonight. I'll just see if we have any follow-up questions from council before we move into discussions. Junie?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions and also a comment. From what I'm hearing from community member, and this is a good faith question, is the issue funding for the police or is this an HR issue? Because I'm hearing several things. I'm hearing we're 29 down, it's hard to hire, then I'm hearing we need to fund the police. So which one is it?
I can start from a budget perspective. So the proposed budget for police in 2023 is approximately $42 million. That's up from the 22 approved budget, which is $40.5 million. It's about $1.5 million increase. Included in that $1.5 million increase is about $600,000 in enhancements. It's primarily in technology enhancements. There's a couple staffing additions, but largely the staffing conversation is related to the police master plan process, and that'll come forward over the next several months. I will note and invite Chief Harold if she'd like to add. I believe we're making good progress as it relates to the vacancies. That has been an issue across the city over the past year plus, but I believe there's been decent progress made in filling a lot of those vacancies more recently.
I wonder, Chief or Deputy Chief, would one of you like to come up and address that question of vacancies? I think there's a lot of interest in the question.
Absolutely. Good evening, Council. Mayor's Herald, Police Chief. Excellent question. Right now we are down 29 police officers, and I think that what you're hearing tonight from the community is, you know, the natural breakdown of a police department that has been down police officers for the last 2.5 years. And we desperately need to get those numbers
Can you get
up.
more into the mic, please?
Yeah, we desperately need to get those numbers up. because it's taken a toll. As you can see, the community harm that we are seeing is real. And so we have an aggressive recruiting strategy. Just today, we had 20 applicants come in and go through all the testing. And then next week, we'll have another 20 come in. It is our desire and our hope that we can fill these positions as quickly as possible. But keep in mind, even if we fill these positions, how long it takes to train these officers. So if I can say anything with the community tonight is that I didn't hear anything that is not true. This community has seen things that they have not seen before. And the complexities of the calls for service are different than they have been in the past. And our allotment right now is 190 for our police department, but through the master plan, like Mark indicated, our workload analysis indicates that we're down 10 to 15 on top of that. And so we'll have those conversations moving forward. I hope that's helpful, Councilwoman Joseph.
Do you mind if I follow up, just Chief, while you've got you here? You know, we've
Sure.
heard reports from community members like the young woman Zoe who talked about fearing for her safety, along the Boulder Creek path. Can you tell us some of the work that the department is doing to help with those situations?
Yeah, absolutely. We try to prioritize our workload. We have developed a completely new and innovative policing strategy to prioritize these issues and respond to these issues like the Hill. I just hope the community understands that all of our specialized assignments have been dramatically reduced. And so to answer your question, Mayor, this is now, it becomes an issue of prioritization and allocation of these scarce police resources right now. But we are out. We do mandate overtime. We do have strategies. But obviously, this takes a toll on the police officers because we are mandating so much overtime. So we are out there in mass. Actually, a lot of times when we don't have manpower, we ask our SWAT officers to go into soft uniforms and patrol the bike trails as much as humanly possible. I hope that answers your question, Mayor.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Appreciate all the hard work folks are doing.
Thank you.
We got Matt, Bob, and then Matt.
Thanks, Chief. That was helpful. Two questions, Chief, by
Sure.
way of follow-up. One is, can you speak to the challenges that maybe some of your colleagues, other chiefs of police, are having to recruit officers up and down the Front Range?
Everybody's in the same boat for different reasons, but this isn't just Boulder. It's not the region. It's not the state. It's national. We are in a policing crisis for several reasons. The murder of George Floyd has impacted policing, but the pandemic, like other positions, we're not immune from what everybody else is feeling with a workforce shortage. But I will tell you on a positive note, if you don't mind, is that people are choosing Boulder Police Department because of the work that we are doing. And we are getting older applicants that are choosing Boulder because of our master plan process, because of the innovation and the technology advancements we're making. So that's a good sign. I'm just praying every day that we can get these 40 people through the door, because that's what I'm trying to do. And it's tough, but yeah, everybody's going through the same thing. Everybody.
Thanks, Chief. You started to answer my second question,
Sure.
which was how competitive are we here in Boulder on compensation? You mentioned some of the things that would draw people here for non-economic reasons, but can we talk also about the economics? How are we doing compared to cities up and down the Front Range that we're competing with to get officers?
I think we're very competitive salary and benefit package. I think that we lead in this region in a lot of those categories. And I'm in, constant communication with the city manager on what other cities are doing to attract police officers. And so, Nuri and I talk all the time about what else can we do to attract talent to Boulder. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm competing against every agency in the state of Colorado. And so you bring up a really good point, and ongoing with budget and Nuri on what else we can do to attract talent. And I don't want just any officer. A lot of people are
downgrading the qualifications right now. Denver is one of them. I refuse to do that. Policing is too important. I want college educated. I want diverse candidates. I want people that want to be ambassadors for this community. So my expectations are higher, but I refuse to lower my expectations for police officers. Too important of a role.
Thank
Hope
you,
that's
Chief.
helpful.
It is. Thank you, Chief.
Mhm.
Thanks for answering these difficult questions. I know this wasn't normally your night.
That's all right.
But I appreciate that, Chief. So it's really just kind of a follow-up to where Junie was on her question, and maybe just sort of add some granularity. You mentioned that we're down 29 officers. Of the budget that will be available in 2023, how many of those 29 will you have the budget to support?
All 29.
Okay, so I mean, that's awesome, because I just want to make sure that you have the money, and we're just now trying to fill those seats, but you've got the money you need to fill 29, and when we can hopefully get there, we can talk about the others. But I just want to help with the community thinking that throwing money is at policing when we're still trying to fill the gap with the money that we already have allocated is maybe not the solution at this moment. We got to get our officers here now, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Unless Mark and Cara tell me, no, we don't have the budget, but I believe we have the budget.
Okay, all right.
Is that correct, Mark?
That's correct.
And I just want to highlight the work that you're doing with the police academy. I think that's when we can lift that up, I think that's going to be really awesome. So I just want to highlight the work you and Sheriff and CUPD are doing on that, because I think that's going to really help us out a lot.
Yeah, and I just talked to the Attorney General at the one of the foundation awards I was at. He's very supportive, and of course I have to have his approval for it. And Chief Jokers and I at CU have been working hard on this because I think it'll be a game changer for us.
Tara?
First, I want to thank all the community members that came out tonight, especially our community members from affordable housing. Specifically, thank you, Dan and Holly, for speaking tonight. So,
Tim as well.
And Tim. Sorry, Tim. He's my good friend. Chief, I was wondering if you could talk about the situation in the affordable housing and what we can do as a council, as city, to stand for and be there for our affordable housing community so that they feel safer. One of my concerns is, and I know this might be out of your purview, but please explain to the community what happens when people are arrested for, let's say, drugs, chop shops, et cetera, and then they go back into their units to torture, to make everybody's lives miserable, actually, that are trying to have a good life and do good for themselves in our affordable housing community. What can we do to help them?
Thank you. And if I can just say, Councilmember Weiner, that the tenants that spoke from these units that we're talking about, these were undercover investigations that we made a lot of progress with, and we're working with Boulder Housing Partners on solidifying a strategy to do more of this work. But it's so resource intensive because you really have to spend a ton of resources on investigative product and confidential informants, which we are willing to do. So we're going to be developing a strategy with Boulder Housing Partners. And I feel bad because on this particular case that you heard about tonight, it did take almost 21 days to have an eviction. And that was after our operation. So that tenant continued on with the behavior that was exhibited in the first place, which must be horribly frustrating for the community. And so we continue to work on these issues. And I am hoping, we just had a meeting 2 days ago with Boulder Housing Partners, and we've agreed to work together on these issues because it must be horribly frustrating for people that are trying to recover from addiction and all the issues, and then to have this constantly occurring. And so from my seat, and I'm not Kurt Fernharmer, but I think caseworkers need to be explored here in greater detail. Hope I didn't.
That's also at 2037, one of the people, she doesn't have enough support. She has a mental illness and she doesn't have enough support from mental health partners or whoever. There's just not enough backbone Housing First isn't enough. So I'm going to agree with Rachel on that. We need to do more than just, Housing First is great. We're at a point where we have so many other issues and unintended consequences, you know, my favorite phrase, that we really have to pay attention to it. Yes.
Yeah, fair point. I really appreciate Chief you answering these questions about and responsive to the community concerns. We are on a budget discussion here, so I'll just encourage us to focus in on the dollars and cents here that we're approving tonight. But do we have any other follow-up questions before we go to discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did have one.
Oh, sorry.
I forgot. I lost track of time.
Dollar and cents.
Yeah. So another question is I was thinking about, do we have enough detectives? Because we have a big bike crisis too, right? So what are we going to do? Do we have enough money in the budget for detectives? Is that what we need?
That's a great question, and actually Nuria just approved us to hire 4 civilian investigators to supplement the work that's being done at the detective level, and I think that will be very helpful. And they can kind of pick up all of the legwork that's needed on a lot of these cases that we have. But I will tell you, bike theft is down, and I know that's a big community concern, but we've invested heavily in bike theft. In fact, our crime prevention officer is right there, and he is working day and night on crime prevention with the bikes and education. So we're doing a lot of good work in a lot of areas. And I would encourage you all, we have a new strategy that we've unveiled. It's called stratified policing. You should all come and check it out because it's really powerful. Where police officers focus their time, crime is reduced. There's no doubt about that. And you know how I feel about this. We don't even have to rely on traditional mechanisms, arrest mechanisms, to make crime go down. I'm just really struggling right now, down 20% of my workforce. So crime is stabilizing in a lot of areas because of the work of the dedicated men and women of this police department.
Appreciate that.
It's about the budget, I promise.
I'm not helping either. I'm not helping at all. I'm sorry.
The bike underpasses are looking a lot better. So I think, because I drive, I'm being good and I'm on my bike a lot now. I even recently locked it, although I did forget the combination. That was a struggle, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's right. So I have a question for you. I think more money, and that's why I'm excited about increasing, is going to help to continue to help manage our spaces, make our bike paths safer. By the way, Goose Creek wasn't looking good today, but that's a separate discussion.
Sorry about that. Where's Joe?
On vacation or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you think, as a professional, that increasing our budget for safe and managed spaces and cleanup will help even further?
Without a doubt.
Okay, good.
All right. Thanks, Chief. Can we move into discussion? So I want to check a couple of things. One is we've asked to do a time check around 9 o'clock. We are running over schedule here, so I'll encourage folks to be disciplined with their comments on the budget. We do have another public hearing after this one. So hopefully we can be somewhat expeditious, but of course it's a very important topic as well that deserves a full hearing. So I'll open up for council discussion. People feel free to make general comments. If you do have specific proposals for things that you would like to see changed, you can get those out on the table. We can discuss those, and if anybody wants to put one out, we can certainly have a quick discussion about it and straw poll whether council would like to move forward with any of those if they're proposed. So open it up for general comments or specific proposals or what have you. I got Matt over here first.
I'll start with some softball, high-level stuff, because I'm sure we'll dive into the weeds, which is what we're here to do. One thing right off the bat is just when looking, so as I mentioned in the study session, I like the open.gov, and I know that we're only scratching the surface in terms of its potential to deliver the information at everyone's fingertips the way they want to see it. But 2 specific things that I would hope to sort of just elevate is, one, when we're looking at budget, it's helpful for us to always be able to see the actual versus proposed going back years so that we actually see where in certain we're either not spending money or overspending money on a departmental level, because that, I think, helps some of us understand where our trends are. I know that's hard building it back in past budgets without using this portal. So I know that's just a back data problem, but I think just going forward, the actual to proposed is really, really helpful for us to understand those nuances. And then the other is just better search functions. You know, we all maybe have different words in which we would describe the same thing. And so, you know, you might just start with how we normally do it in the budget process, but add, you know, a dozen keywords to it and elevate that search. Because I know some folks have asked me, how do I find blank? And then when I tell them the acronym or the word, they go, oh yeah, but that's not the way I thought about it. So just, I think those are just user interface functionality things, just high level stuff. I think we can get there, but if we can elevate those, I think we'll make it easier for everyone to assimilate the great information that's at our fingertips. So, but thanks for the great work that you guys did on that.
Thank you. And thank you, staff and everybody in all the departments for all of your work to put together this budget. It really, I think, does a nice job of reflecting a lot of our values. I wanted to kind of put a specific proposal on the table. I know that Housing and Human Services is putting a lot of money into basic needs support already. And I just want to say that for right now, given where we are, coming out of COVID with inflation rising, with costs going up, with rental going up, now to me is a key point for us to invest in a little bit more, even more than we already have there. And I had sent out in Hotline the idea of taking a bit of money from the Public Health Emergency Fund that if I'm understanding correctly, Finance, you can let me know if I'm not, is really just sitting there. It's not allocated. It's just kind of hanging out. We seem to just have decided we're moving past COVID, and what can we do with that money to try to help alleviate some of the effects of COVID and some of the things that folks are experiencing right now. Just to give you one story that really kind of hit me last week related to the need for basic needs. I was hearing about somebody who is a worker, employed, housed. They actually even own their house outright. And they, due to some medical issues and some work issues, related to the medical issues, they had not been able to work for a little period of time. They had a job. They were back. They didn't have any more leave. This person was so thrilled and excited because they had just found out that they could pay for their groceries in installments. And that to me indicates a significant problem in our community when people who are housed and working are unable to pay for their groceries without paying in installments. So in my mind, using some of this money now is kind of a case where an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. There are a lot of folks struggling. We've got people who are on the verge of losing their housing, of not being able to afford food and basic needs, and I know we're doing. We're investing more already, and I'm not sure that we can really reach the need that we have in the community right now, and I would like to see us consider using some of this public health emergency funding that is just sitting around, not really being used to alleviate some of the impacts that we're seeing in the form of additional rental assistance, child care assistance, and some of the Keeping Families Housed funding, which I believe is ending in December, if I'm remembering correctly. No, it's not. Okay, seeing some shaking heads. But maybe just boosting some of that funding, really just trying to do what we can for folks in the community who are really struggling right now with how much costs are increasing and how wages are not keeping up.
So, Nicole, I believe you're speaking about, if I understand correctly, there's in our ARPA funding allocation, there's $500,000 currently. Yeah. Can you clarify that?
I can. Council appropriated $1 million for a public health reserve. We did begin tapping into that for various needs related to COVID. The most significant was funding a vaccine incentive for employees. I believe we're in the ballpark of having about $500,000 available in that reserve. That is already appropriated, so you don't need to make any changes to the budget as proposed this evening. We would just need that direction. And then I'll point out that we are back in front of you again. You'll be very sick of us by the time we get to the end of the year in November for a second adjustment to base where we were planning to discuss in part ARPA. So another opportunity, but certainly welcome your comments and direction this evening.
Very good. To clarify, we'll never get sick of seeing you and Cara up here. Y'all are too amazing. Did you want to? Okay, great. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll ask for any proposals, and we'll kind of have a list so that we can consider them kind of holistically, so we know all the things that people might be suggesting, maybe before we dive into the specific ones. Mark?
Well, first, I have a question. When we talk about rental assistance, do we include the funds that are being generated by the newer ordinance? Because that was supposed to be about $1.5 million, and it seems to me all of that is not being factored in. I understand some portion of that is for legal representation, but I'm curious as to how much of it becomes available for actual rental assistance.
Yeah, that's correct. I believe there's multiple sources for rental assistance, and ARPA has helped supplement that. I believe the number we quoted earlier of $540,000 was directly related EPRIS funding for that type of assistance, but I'll yield if somebody from HHS has a different number. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Hi again, Elizabeth Crow, Housing and Human Services. That's about right. So we do have staff who are at eviction court every Friday intervening and steering community members over to the county as necessary and tapping that EPRIS funding to make that available. And so the budget does include that moving forward. We also have a little bit of flexibility with other funding to move it around to EFA to help folks intervene through that channel, and provide other rental assistance that actually can go out through our older adult services and family services directly for people who qualify in that way.
All right, thank you.
And just to clarify, the newer was the name of the ballot initiative,
Yeah,
and that's
no.
become EPRIS, right? It's just for the community understands.
I had two comments on the budget. Is this the appropriate time to do it? Okay. The first one is really is not technical. It's just I really think that a little bit of narrative would be helpful for people who are perusing the budget and are not strange enough, as I was, to try to delve down and understand as much as I tried to. And there were times when I found it to be a little bit fruitless. I think I made some mention of those. The capital expenditure program for open space goes dramatically down. It's not a good thing or a bad thing. It would be nice if people could understand what is happening. The airport is going up 5 times in terms of budget. It would be nice to understand what's going on. I don't mean a treatise, but a little bit of narrative on a department by department basis, I think will help people understand, the major changes and variations that are occurring from year to year. Having said that, I think the budget is a terrific piece of work, and I really congratulate you for all the hard work that you've put in. If I were to make a specific recommendation for increased funding, I think it would be for family homelessness, because I think you get very good bang for the buck when you provide assistance to a family. I think you probably have a good prospect of their utilizing that assistance and recovering, because family units are important, and parents are going to try to do the best they can for their children. So I tend to think that we underfund family homelessness a little bit, and we could do better there. But having said that, I do think it's a great budget, and I do congratulate you.
Thanks, Mark. And just to follow up on that point, that is basically what I'm talking about with this public health emergency fund, is to use it for exactly that sort of thing. We heard a couple weeks ago that family homelessness is one of the biggest predictors of future adult homelessness, right? So this really is a case where putting some money in now, when we know that the folks in the community that support families experiencing homelessness and people experiencing need in our community, they're telling us that people are in a worse place now than they were before the COVID pandemic. I think we really need to listen to that, and there are groups, there are ways we can do that, as you mentioned, Mark, to really put some more money there. I think this is kind of coming back. I don't know if we were going to talk through the proposals and then
I wanna
kind of do it, or just get them all
a
out on the
list,
table.
get 'em out
Okay,
on the
all right,
table.
yep, but yeah, agree.
Yep, Mark, Matt is over there, Mark is over there.
It's all right, that's my dad's name, it works. Well, so I want to circle a little bit back to what Nicole was sort of referencing about the public health reserve, and really with regards to thinking about the two most disproportionately impact sort of industries or workforces, which were really the restaurant workers and also artists in our community. And so if we really do want to unlock that $500,000 to support, certainly I think some of these efforts that Nicole was talking about, which I think are good ideas, I'd also like to see a large chunk of that really go to some of that immediate need for our arts community. I know we're increasing that budget, but they're hanging by a thread. And we and others, like, I mean, we had the Restaurant Act came in to rescue restaurants. Well, hasn't been much of that to rescue our arts community. And I think an immediate injection of a couple $100,000 would really lift them up while we start to think about those longer term support networks as they kick in, as we have funded and others think come into play. So I think there's an opportunity to have a yes and where we can support certainly those in need, but the other groups in need too, like our artists as well, and sort of that immediate emergency funding aspect.
Thanks. Bob?
Sounds like we're jumping ahead a month, which is a good thing. So you're giving you guys a little bit of advance direction. And it sounds like what you're looking for tonight and 2 weeks from now is to approve the budgets in front of us. But you're also letting us know that we've got another $500,000 in this emergency fund, which is available through ARPA, which you're going to bring back to us in about a month to talk about how to spend on it. And so as long as we've gone down that path and we're doing November's work in October, I want to echo what Matt and Mark and Nicole have said. I think that, that using some of that money both for family homelessness relief and also for support, especially of our arts organizations. I realize that ARPA has strings attached, that it needs to be for recovery. That's what the R I think in ARPA is. So we don't just put it into programs that are ongoing programs. We need to look for people in our community, business in our community that are still struggling to recover. And as Matt identified, there's restaurants that are still struggling to recover. There certainly are families, as Mark and Nicole have said, and then there are certainly artists in this community that are struggling to recover. So, just previewing our November discussion, I would like to see those types of things as being funded by the $500,000 that you're going to bring back to us. I know that's not tonight's discussion because we've kind of gotten off the budget a little bit, but as long as we're talking about it, I wanted to agree with my colleagues.
Good. Other thoughts, Jeannie?
I did have a question actually about the timing on the Day Services Center. And on slide 24, it mentions staff recommends flexibility to tap into funds as necessary to facilitate opening the facility. And I'm wondering, is it the $750,000 or is it a different fund? Because I couldn't tell whether it's a different source of funding you were thinking about tapping into as needed.
It's the $750,000 that we've proposed in the 23 budget.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to comment, I agree with Nicole, and I think that's a great idea to use that money to help community members who are in need, families. My only thought is $500,000 is not a lot of money, and I would want to know exactly how you intend to spend it, because you've talked about basic needs today, right? And it means different things. So what is it that we're spending that money on that will give us the biggest bang for buck, and also that bring into the conversation that equity aspect? Because I hear different people have different ideas who it should go to, who should be the beneficiaries. So who will be the beneficiaries would be really helpful. Thank you.
Great. Lauren?
Thank you. So one of the increases that we're looking at is an increase from 1.5 million for the safe and managed spaces team, urban park rangers, and downtown ambassadors to 2.8 million, which is almost doubling that program, those programs' budgets. as one-time fees and sort of as pilot programs, to me, I would prefer to see us running more of a variety of pilots as opposed to like pre-picking winners. I still feel really strongly that the downtown area needs more public restrooms. As was brought up in public comment, mental health and addiction services, we could really use some expanded help in that area. And while I really appreciate the trash proposals that you brought forward, to me they don't feel as well thought out, because they were a recent ask and you guys did great work, but I would like to see us hold some of that money and and have you guys come back with some additional proposals for ways that we might run other pilots or more details around those pilots to make sure that we are trying a variety of solutions to these problems.
Thanks, Ellen. Do you want to maybe drill into, do you have specific numbers that you're thinking about, or?
Well, so, I mean, I guess, so the increase is for 1.3 for those 3 programs, plus there's a proposal for the 80,000, right, for the trash. Or I'm sorry, I might not be right on that.
Yeah, I think 80,000. Yep.
Yes. So for me, both of those sums of money are sort of things that I would like to think through a little bit more before we officially sign off on moving forward with them.
Got it. So you would like to not allocate the 1.3 million additional plus the 80,000 additional, and instead go to the purposes you were describing?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. If I can ask a follow-up clarifying question, I know that when we were talking about additional trash options, one of the things that we did mention was about bathrooms, and additional bathroom options like in the downtown or in other parts of town. That didn't make it into the proposal. Could you address why we didn't include anything for that?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So we looked at that. I think where staff was at, and certainly happy to invite Parks and Rec staff to expand on this, that the total cost of owning and maintaining those bathrooms is pretty substantial. So we weren't prepared with a funding source in the 23 budget for that. Knowing that there are some opportunities for future discussion as we consider the future of civic area and other capital projects within the downtown area. But it is, it's pricey. I think it's $1 million, $1.5 million over 10 years to maintain just one public bathroom. So that was some of the reasons why we were focused on some of those less expensive strategies that might have some impact in 23 and leave the restrooms for a broader conversation.
Thanks. Ellie, did you want to add to that? I see you came down.
I don't have anything to
No?
add.
Okay. Sure. Thanks for clarifying that. Other proposals? Ginny? And then we'll go to Tara.
Just a thought.
A thought.
Yeah, I was very surprised as well by the $80,000 for the trash. And then I thought it also said something about with CU students moving in. And I was thinking, well, is CU helping with that at all? And I'm thinking, why are we carrying that cost ourselves? And based on the math, I did a quick math on, you said, well, it's very expensive to maintain a bathroom, right? $500,000 over, did you see a 10-year period? That's about $50,000 a year.
It's $1.5 million.
Yeah, I think $1.5 million was the number that we had, if I've got it right. $1 million over 10 years.
Over 10 years, so that'd be $100,000. Okay.
And the initial expense of installing the capital costs.
Okay. Thank you.
Tara?
Forgive me for not knowing this, but we did have a very big packet. So I have a quick question. I'm thinking about that, those 2 girls, the 2 teenagers from Boulder High, and how they were affected. But the problem is our mental health services are not where they should be. And I know we need to depend on the county, but can you just remind me if there is anything in the budget that we're doing for mental health, or is that all the county?
There are. I'll invite HHS staff up for that. I know we have some investments in ARPA as well, but Elizabeth has more detail.
Yeah, correct. Again, November, discussion in October. So we are going to be providing an update in the ARPA discussion for about 2.5 million that we would like to allocate to mental behavioral health. And we are in really close contact with the county, who's also making their ARPA allocations and is working on a regional countywide strategy. And so we're constantly in contact with them about that process. So we do have some plans to utilize these ARPA funds to really support workforce, to try to help our local agencies, large and small, to attract and retain staff, make sure they have what they need, and to try to expand services as well. So you'll hear more about that hopefully very soon. On an ongoing basis, again, we utilize our Health Equity Fund and our Human Services Fund to support a lot of mental behavioral health programming through organizations as, again, diverse as Mental Health Partners, our primary mental health center, all the way over to Queer Asterisk, El Centro Amistad, out Boulder County that are really integrating a lot of mental behavioral health into their services. So hopefully that's helpful.
Do you think that we have enough help for the people in affordable housing? That's a theme for me tonight, by the way. In the area of mental health. For those that live there, are they supported well enough?
I think it's safe to say that, and to echo the chief, similar to a lot of other workforce areas, there are not enough people. It's a national workforce crisis right now with mental behavioral health, and that's being experienced by all of our agencies here in Boulder as well. So I think they're working very hard, we know they are, to meet the needs of all of our community members, including those who are low income and have additional challenges in receiving services, and it's not enough. And so we're mindful of that, and again, in close contact with our local agencies and trying to use what dollars we do have to help support that.
If I could follow up, Elizabeth, and the area of substance abuse support, we're standing up a meth treatment home, correct? I mean, this is something that we're actively in progress on.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So we do have some other efforts in that area as well. Thank you for that, Matt.
This isn't a question. We're good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
So this is kind of a comment and perhaps also maybe to invite Joanna or Josh to come up from utilities to talk about it as well. With regards to the $80,000 for the enhanced trash, this was this wasn't not thought through. It was actually sort of data driven because of seeing increases of the trash pickup in the downtown corridor within about those week to 2 weeks of move in and move out in May and August. And so seeing a spike in not just the trash, but the number of larger furniture like mattresses and other furniture, it became clear that these things were being brought down from all of the trash, the stuff that was just being deposited on lawns from students along the hill and down in Goss. And so it was sort of thinking about trash upstream, no pun intended, dealing with Boulder Creek, but dealing with the trash upstream and saying if we can prevent the trash from getting down to the creek, that's just less that the crews have to work on to deal with to begin with. So it was really trying to work upstream on the trash aspect. And so when you think about the investment of $80,000 to hopefully eliminate and dramatically reduce in just a small fraction of a couple weeks, it makes a lot of sense to try to do that. Otherwise it just ends up in the creek anyway, which is where it's unsightly and people are struggling with all the trash down there to begin with. So it was with purpose and intent.
Yeah, thank you. My issue is not with trying to reduce trash during those periods. The part of that proposal that I found most intriguing and also, that I'm most excited about was the voluntary incentives. I think that to the extent that we can not have things go into the trash stream at all is really the direction I would like to see us move. And so the budget was talking, or the dollar amounts were talking about trash can locations, dumpster locations, and I would like to see more than that. And for me, I don't feel comfortable approving the budget for the trash can locations when I feel like this other piece to me is more important, and I would like to make sure that if we can do something on that front, that we have budget reserved for that.
Thanks. Appreciate that. But Rachel, did you have?
Yes. So it sort of feels like we are just tossing out fantasies. So I'll give one as well. A little bit of a broken record for me, but when I was on the encampment cleanup day tour, one thing I noticed was and the team is very compassionate and lovely with the people that they are moving along. Some of them they knew well and were like, "Oh, hey, Johnny, I hear you got a voucher coming up in a couple weeks," and it's not his real name, but just that level of knowing. And I saw someone else that I'd seen from years ago who said that they were number 8 on the list or something. And so I think there are some people who really have been here a long time and are sort of camping in ways that are inoffensive and not in line with some of the things that we're hearing in public testimony tonight. And I'm super sensitive to that, and I agree with the person who said, our brand matters. Like, we are to some degree a tourist town, and we pay for a lot of the services that we're talking about from our sales tax and those dollars. So we do need to, I think, have a safe and clean creek and bike path area. It should be safe to be in those areas. That should be a no-brainer. So my question is, could we take some of that money and pilot, some people who are living in a way in an encampment that is kind of the kind of sanctioned encampment that we want. They're cleaning up after themselves. They are, when we're giving the trash bags out, they're the ones that have them clean and not move them along in the same way. Could we gather data on, do those people succeed more in housing after they leave those spots? Could we pilot some people who have been here and somehow could be prioritized for a place that would have some of the trashes and restrooms that we're talking about, and that wouldn't be all over, but not a full-fledged sanctioned encampment, but sort of a pilot of people are not at the creek and not on the paths and waiting for vouchers that they've been in line for quite a while. There's my fantasy ask for $500,000. Thank you all for listening.
I was going to ask about a dollar amount. Is there somebody who could address that concept?
There's Kurt.
Good evening, Council. Kurt Fernhauer. I support Housing and Human Services.
Okay, get right into the mic there, Kurt.
Wow. Thanks for that, Rachel. So there are things that we're working on now related to that as well. You'll know that Judge Cook in her work actually gets people into hotels as soon as they're on that housing track and close to housing. We also do that at the Boulder shelter.
A little closer to the mic. I'm getting from the back.
Wow. So the Boulder shelter as well does that. So a lot of the residents that we're putting in hotels are also residents that are close to that housing acceptance or close in that process. So that's part of the process that we currently have with residents that are we're assisting with into a housing first approach. Individuals who are deciding to live outside, though, that makes that more difficult.
So, Rachel, so is a proposal to allocate $500,000
to piloting a place where some of the people would then, be not living along the creek. It would be a lesser impact, and maybe we could make headway with some of the people who are still there and causing some of the behavioral issues that we're seeing. And some people could be living sort of unharassed and unmoved by the city and sort of stabilizing and then hopefully moving into housing.
Mayor? Oh, sorry.
Oh, maybe we could hear from Neri before we.
So, yep, I just want to say that to the extent that, again, we're having November's conversation currently, what I'm hearing is ideas of what we could spend potential pool of money on. There will be trade-offs in those conversations because we can't do everything that everyone has thrown out. And we should look at all the requests through, frankly, the equity focus that we try to do when we have been doing ARPA decisions. So I think the quick answer is we hear you. We will bring that back to FSC and we will bring that back to council. So, got it.
Well, I had Lauren for, okay, yeah, go ahead.
So there was something also on the slide with regards to the trash stuff, and I believe there's an ordinance that exists currently with regards to property renters or rental property owners on the Hill and other areas that they are required to clean up trash on a given set of days. I see Joanna stepping up. So I just want to clarify that if we have something on the books that kind of is either been neglected and we haven't been doing or may require more resources to make the ordinance effective. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you again, Joanna Bloom. Climate Initiative actually is kind of the ambassador of that program, and then we enforce it through code enforcement. But my understanding, and Teresa, definitely chime in if I get it wrong, but the ordinance is in effect, and it does require that rental property owners on the Hill pay for trash during the designated period for 6 days out of the 7-day period during this designated period. So it's called the 6-day review. And it is borne by rental property owners, and it is in effect, and it happens somewhat coincident with move-in and move-out periods every year. So this would be tacking on a service on top of that existing program that we are enforcing.
Okay, any other specific proposals for changes? Ginny.
Question or comment. I've had conversations with community members over the last couple of weeks as well, and my understanding, for instance, we're just talking about people who are dealing with mental health issues and also substance abuses, and Narcan is available through the pharmacies and also the university and housing and human services at the county level. But my understanding, it's still not free, let's say if you don't have insurance. Is that correct? Do you know?
We'll invite somebody that might.
I would not want to speak out of turn, but we'll check on that. I can say that correct about the county really running that program. We're also likely to be allocating some resources to that program through the opioid settlement dollars. Nuri is our representative on the Opioid Council, and that's one of the many plans for some use of those funds.
Thank you. That was my actually thought in question, was that maybe we should allocate some money to give access to those without insurance. But since that's already been done, thank you.
Good to hear. Right, Nicole.
Yeah, it's just it may be more of a reflection on some of the points that colleagues have already raised, and I'm not sure if it's not related to asking for different pool of funding somewhere. Do I raise it here or do I raise it later?
I guess, well, I'm trying to get specific proposals out on the table. So if it consists of that, then yes. And if it's not, maybe we'll hold off just a little bit.
Yeah, it does have a specific proposal component, but it's not, but it's not asking for specific money to go somewhere.
Go for it.
Okay. So this is related to the Safe and Managed Spaces program. And when this program was approved for the first time, there really weren't any outcomes that tied into our homelessness strategy. And I'd really like to see those indicators of success this time around before approving more funding. I know that our SAMS team is doing work to build relationships and to try new things that are more than just picking up trash. And I'm not opposed to investing in more of these innovations, as some of my colleagues talked about. What I'm opposed to doing is giving more funding without some clear outcomes that tie into our homelessness strategy. When we have limited budgets and a crisis like homelessness that we heard is having such big impacts in our community tonight, we need to be laser focused on solutions with every dollar that we're spending. We're talking about investing a total of $2.8 million in encampment management in 2023. And I want to know that what we're going to get in terms of typical metrics we use to measure success in homelessness for this extra $1.3 million investment is leading to success in things beyond just trash pickup. Because every interaction that we have with someone experiencing homelessness, even just picking up trash, is an opportunity for connection to services and ultimately to a pathway to housing and an exit from homelessness. When our funds and resources are limited, and when our whole community, housed and unhoused, is struggling as much as it is, everything we need to do needs to connect people with services. I know there's a lot of interest in this approach. I just want to see some measurable outcomes with a plan for keeping up with rising need before saying yes to this funding. So I would like to see a plan before approving this additional $1.3 million in funding that has the following characteristics. Integrating our safe and managed spaces work with our overall homelessness strategy to the highest possible degree. For example, by making sure that everyone can provide the most efficient path to accessing services. I would like to know what the measures are of success that we're looking for beyond tons of trash picked up. How many people are getting housed? Because I know it's more than 0. How many people are starting to pick up their own trash? Because I know that number is fairly significant as well. How many people are just being moved from place to place? How many people are connected with services? We ought to be able to track this information because it's in the heads of the people who are out there doing this work. And that will tell us if we're moving in the right direction with this additional investment beyond what we put in place a year and a half ago. I'd also like to see a plan for innovation with regard to trash and bathrooms. I know there are some great ideas that are being tossed around that the utilities team has some ideas about, like handing out trash bags to people, picking them up when they're full, storing people's belongings while they're at job or housing interviews, educating people who are living in our parks on how to minimize their environmental impact. I want to see these documented, and I want to know what the plan is for implementing them in a way we can see whether or not they're successful, so that when we come back to this conversation in another year, we have some idea. And I know that we're talking about key performance indicators already. I think for me, this is a critical place where I'd like to see it, because we're talking about increasing the amount that we're spending on encampment management to $2.8 million. That's a large amount of money. And so I really want to see some measures of success there beyond just trash pickup. We know that homelessness is increasing. We know it's going to continue to increase, at least I do, based on what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing about from a lot of our providers. We need to find a way to coexist with homelessness in a way that does less harm to everyone involved and to our public spaces. And a $1.3 million investment, if we think about it the right way, could go a long way toward meeting that goal if it's done with an eye toward more connections to services and housing. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Just to tease out in terms of a proposal, it sounds like it's maybe less about dollar amounts and more about metrics and integration. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that's right, that I would like to see more integration of services with our overall homelessness strategy, and I'd like to see some clear outcomes related to homelessness, the way that we typically measure them. Those are the things I'd like.
Okay, appreciate that. And Miriam?
I just wanted to add real quick, and I know that we're hopefully trying to wrap up because we got another item, is to just say that I appreciate it, Councilmember Spear. Please know that the SAMS group has actually really been working hard with our IT partners, and I try to lift up our IT partners too. They've been doing phenomenal work to really get to some of those metrics. We hope to share some of that soon. We've talked a little bit about it in the past, but we too want to make sure that the work that we're piloting actually has outcomes attached to it. So you will see that as we continue to progress in that effort.
Great. Okay, I'm going to make last call for specific changes, proposed changes to the budget. Tara?
Way back when we were first for newbies on council, remember one of my proposals was more lighting. Natalie, are you here? More lighting in the tunnels. So and I know that this is not as vital as everything else, it's obviously, but I just wanted to make a plug, and I know how expensive it is to retrofit some of the older tunnels. Is that on the horizon for anywhere in the near or far future that we can start working on that? The new tunnels, the lighting is awesome. I'm sorry, underpasses. The lighting is awesome, but those older underpasses, can we do something? It's so dark in there.
Hi, I'm Natalie Stifler, Interim Director for Transportation. Thanks, Tara. We are kind of evaluating our lighting needs across the system, and we don't have any concrete plans to make retrofits. Those would be very expensive projects that would need to go into the CIP. But as you said, we're trying to make improvements that we can with the existing infrastructure that's out there.
Good enough? Good enough. Okay. All right. So, last call has been issued, and all right, no more takers. So, here's what I've got. So I've got from Nicole about well, let's first of all, there's things in the ARPA category, right? So we've heard several different ideas about how funds in the $500,000 public health reserve could be used for different things. Nicole mentioned moving some of that money to basic needs. Mark talked about helping with prevent or assist with family homelessness, which Nicole was like, yeah, that's part of what I meant, which made sense. Matt was talking about arts funding, additional arts funding. I heard some agreement on that from Bob. And then Rachel mentioned about allocating money to different approaches to camping, like camping options. And so is this something, so with this ARPA funding, what I'm hearing, if I understood correctly, was that this is not a decision that we make tonight as part of the budget. But perhaps these are ideas that we can leave you with to help shape in a month or so when you come back to allocate ARPA funding, how we do that. Do I have that?
That's correct.
Do I have that right? Okay, great. So there's that. And then we had this specific proposal from Lauren to not approve the $1.3 million for additional cleanups, but to instead dedicate that to some additional pilot programs in this kind of area, as well as to not approve the $80,000 in recommended trash, new trash kind of approaches. So do I have that right?
Yeah, just until. And again, it's not against the trash. It's just hopefully with a also look at what potential voluntary incentives that might involve.
Got it. And then I had from Nicole a request to include with any additional cleanup efforts better integration with our overall homelessness strategy and getting people housed and development of metrics about the success of the program.
And there was one more thing, which was to kind of piggybacking on Lauren's thinking around having a plan for the innovations and the new things that I know that folks are already trying, but just being real specific about what they are that we're trying.
Okay, very good. So then what I'll say is, are we comfortable saying about the ARPA funding to send the staff off to think about with these ideas that we put forward? Are people comfortable with doing that? I'm getting generally thumbs up.
The question is whether staff is comfortable with the input that we're giving them, because it's pretty much all over the place.
I saw some nodding heads, I thought.
I appreciate that. I'll take a quick stab at it, and maybe Cara and Mark want to jump in. But similar to any kind of conversation we have about dollars, right? We don't have an unlimited amount of funds. And what we really tried to do when we tried to do it with ARPA is to look at it through a variety of lenses, a variety of prioritizations. We will come to the Financial Strategies Committee with that, and hopefully then from there we'll get some input and we'll come to the full council as we move forward.
Great, thanks for that. And I saw general support for that, and I'll just say I think these are great ideas, and I know we don't have infinite funds, but I look forward to running it through kind of equity lenses and staff capacity lenses and those kinds of things, and seeing what we come up with in those areas. All right, so good on that. And then I guess next I'll go to Nicole's. It's not a dollar proposal per se, but Nicole's mentioning about the better integration of the cleanup with our homelessness strategy metrics, and then the last thing that you said as well. And I'll just say, I thought those sounded like positive directions to move in, but wanted to open the floor to see if people wanted to disagree with that or echo it or. Yep. Okay, Nicole, people like that idea, so well said. Well put, metrics, yeah, I think be really valuable, absolutely. Okay, so that brings us to the last kind of specific dollar proposal. You're the one who's really requesting different dollars, Lauren, so you get to stand out that way. Of not approving the additional cleanup funds and instead look into other pilot programs and also not move forward with the $80,000 in additional trash pickup funding that you all mentioned. Not that you're pro-trash, we get that. So maybe thoughts on this, and we don't have to talk about this for an hour, but you know, Ginny?
I welcome your ideas very much, but I'm wondering too, as when you come back, and let's say we decide not to allocate that 1.3 million, what does that really mean, right? Because we had a lot of community members who testified today, or at least who came before us and explained some of the challenges, even though we already have a pilot program going. We've been trying to clean up and people still are dealing with a lot of issues in the community. So what does that would look like? And what does that really mean if we did not allocate that 1.3 million? Does it mean, what does that mean? What will happen, right? Well, we get more community members coming in and say things are worse. So I think that's about balancing what does it really mean that we're trying to do as well. But I welcome the idea of trying to find better solutions, because here we are, we've allocated money, we've been trying to get a hang of this issue, and we're still seem to be a little bit further away, and community members are still very concerned. They cannot walk the bike path. I mean, those pictures that this community member brought before us, she didn't make it up, right? She went there on the bike path and saw all these, you know, those, what's going on over there, and then she showed it to us. So maybe, as Lauren mentioned, other solutions. What are those solutions? Is it Rachel's idea of having this pilot program? If that's the solution, let's get to it so that we don't have to deal with, you know, community members coming in here and saying that we're not even scratching the surface of this problem. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll call on myself in a minute here, but Terry, you go ahead and then I'll go.
I'm pretty sure the community members that all spoke wanted more money for safe managed spaces, because they asked me, and I know. But anyway, I think you're right. It's not solving the problem, but if we didn't have that, first of all, we don't have when I bike, I see loads of trash now on Foothills Parkway by the railroad tracks. I mean, you all bike, so you see that mess. So there's plenty of trash to be still picked up. But I feel like those community members are saying, yes, we need to solve some of our problems with crime and mental health, and also we need to increase what we're spending on safe and managed spaces. I'm pretty sure that's what they would say, but correct me if I'm wrong. Anyone?
Great, so can I call myself and then hand it over to you? Okay, great. So, no, thanks, Ginny, I thought that was well said. And Lauren, I appreciate you raising the issue, but I think fundamentally we're dealing with a sanitation issue here. I think we have really significant problem, and it's not just trash. You know, trash, you maybe think about litter. You know, we're talking about used needles sometimes, human waste. We're talking about some things that really do constitute public health, real public health issues in terms of the trash and the kind of contamination along our creeks and waterways and some of our other public spaces. So I feel like this additional funds for cleanup makes sense, because we do, I think, have a really significant problem with that this will assist with. Now, is it ending homelessness? No, it is not ending homelessness, right? That's an enormous issue that we're trying to tackle in any number of ways, including with new initiatives in this budget that we're devoting significant additional resources to, right? So we have to keep at our work on minimizing and ending homelessness. It's super important. But as we continue to work on that problem, I think it's also critical that we keep our public spaces at a level that's, a minimum level of cleanliness that doesn't present a public health risk. So I think that this program has made progress in this area, and I think it's worth continuing on and adding some additional resources in. I really appreciated Nicole's points about integration with it. So while the trash and sanitation issues are significant and we need to address them, much of this is about interacting with folks who are experiencing homelessness, and how can we better integrate reaching out to people offering them services, getting off the streets, at the same time that we're working on these cleanup programs. So I think those ideas were absolutely fantastic, and I totally support them. But I would take staff's recommendation of the increased cleanup funds, both the $1.3 million for the originally proposed, and then the $80,000 in additional trash options, which I appreciate you bringing forward. And then, but it support Lauren's talk about other solutions, and like I heard the interest in potentially hiring folks experiencing homelessness to help with trash pickup, which I think could be a potential one. There could be others. Let's keep working on these ideas, but I support the budget as proposed. That's all I got. Mark.
Well, I will second what the mayor has said. I am supportive of increasing funds for that. We've gotten a lot of emails on it. We've heard a lot of testimony this evening. And while this will not solve or cure our problems with respect to homelessness, it's doing something. And one of the things that you have to hear from this testimony tonight and from some of these emails is a growing sense of discontent, anger, and even despair at our inability to make progress on what is the largest problem affecting our community today. I have no illusions that the additional funds for cleanup are going to get at any of the root causes of homelessness. That would be a silly thing to say. But it's doing something. It's trying to make the community a little safer, a little cleaner. Hopefully that will be the case by putting some additional resources towards cleaning. And I think it is also at least an initial down payment or a first step to dealing with the frustration that so many members of the community are experiencing because they don't feel safe. They're seeing things they ought not to be seeing. Their children are seeing things they ought not to be seeing. And so I'm going to be supportive of this. I'm always receptive to new programs if we have them, but I don't think they should be at the expense of something that is concrete and available and we can undertake it quickly. So I'm going to support that.
So we'll take another comment, and then we'll do a straw poll on this idea here in just a minute. But Nicole.
Well, I appreciate your comments, Aaron, and I agree with them. I think what's important for perspective is when I did my walk with the crew, in one day, 6,000 pounds of trash was picked up, 6,000. And that was just the north side of Boulder Creek from this building to the Justice Center. I mean, it's a whopping amount of volume. And so if we stopped that or didn't increase that effort, I mean, it becomes insurmountable. So I think it's really important we do with what we know works for the problem at hand, which is trash cleanup. And the way to do that is to have more trucks and to have a crew that can sort of work both sides of the creek or go to other areas. So it's really vital that we think about it in those areas. I love some of those concepts. I'd love to see them more cooked. But these are known solutions to take care of the trash issue, both when they're at the creek and upstream. We have an ordinance that's already on the Hill. Let's support that, expand that to get the trash out of there so it doesn't end up down on the creek where we're then having to clean it up a second time. So I think all of these things are going to get us where we need to go incrementally. It's not going to solve the bigger ails, as you point out, Aaron, but we're going to put in the work, and I know we're going to make those investments as need be to help really try to tackle homelessness in a meaningful way in this community. We'll continue to do that, but I don't think jettisoning the trash cleanup to try the other things in this instance is going to get us where we need to go. Thanks.
Cool.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify my point earlier that I really do want to see some of these outcomes specified before approving this additional funding. So for me, my approval for this extra $1.3 million in the budget is really contingent on the things that I mentioned earlier about having data and metrics. I think, we are collecting trash. Yes, absolutely. We also don't have a control condition. So this is sort of an experiment with no control. And that makes it a little bit hard to see what would the situation be like without, I know we're already late, so I'm not going to get into kind of the reasons why. Happy to talk with anybody individually about that otherwise. But, I think our initial down payment for this program was in March 2021. And what I'm really curious to see now is what has changed, what is different, and I really would like to see what it is we're going to be looking at for outcome measures before moving forward with additional funding. I think that it is an opportunity to build relationships and connect people with services and really move us forward. But I feel like what I was seeing people say back in March 2021 is very similar to what people are saying here tonight. And so I'm curious, where did that, $3 million investment get us? Was it the right place? And what are we going to be seeing different with this extra $1.3 million? So I'm glad that folks are, agreeing that these are good to have. I really do want to see it either way, but for me, I really need to see some of those metrics before approving this additional, at least a plan for the metrics before approving additional funding.
All right, thanks for that, Nicole. And so obviously we're not going to develop that on the fly tonight. I don't know, is there time before second reading the budget to start to work on that idea, or are we going to have to say, we would like you to do that, but you're going to come back with it at some future point?
So I appreciate that. I'll get back with the SAMS teams as we're looking at it. We have not finalized all those metrics. So if the conversation, I appreciate the candor of it, is that your support is conditioned on that. We may not be able to meet that, but we will happily share and maybe just send out a hotline on where we are and the kind of things that we're looking at that I can commit to.
Just one follow-up on that. If we were to not approve it in the budget, is there still a point early next year where, after folks have some time to develop some metrics and think about integrations with homelessness strategy, that y'all could come back to us?
Appreciate the question. So the 1.3 million is tied to a few different programs. It's the expanded encampment cleanup team. So that isn't in existence yet, so that could theoretically be delayed. The other two are existing extensions. So one is the Downtown Ambassador Program, and the other is the Urban Parks Ranger Program. So both of those involve staff either outside of the city or inside. Those would have to effectively end. We have the internal employees on fixed-term positions if funding wasn't approved in the 23 budget.
Quick follow-up. Can you remind me how much was just for the additional encampment cleanup team? Thinking 500,
That's a
750?
good question. It was around $600,000.
Okay. Yep. Then I think just sort of a modified proposal, holding back on that 600,000 until we have some metrics and some integrations and some clarity around what it is we're going to be trying that's a little different.
So Lauren's proposal, I think, was to not fund the 1.3 million rather than 600,000, but would it?
Yeah, sorry, my assumption with that was because it was they were both listed as expansions, that it was not cutting existing positions. So that was not my intention.
So
just the 600,000 then for the additional crew? Okay.
Just a point of clarification, I've received the number, $715,000 is the number for that team.
Okay, thanks for that. All right, so if we can straw poll this, right, and then I think we'll be about done. So people in favor, what, Rachel?
I'm sorry. I don't want this to continue either, but, and I'm sorry if this was already asked and answered. With the 700,000 coming in-house, how did that compare with what was being spent when it wasn't in-house? Like, it wasn't, we were still cleaning up encampments, right? So there was still, it wasn't, I assume we would just take it back out of city, outhouse. Damn, 10:18 feels late. So just wondering, what is the actual dollar difference in bringing it in-house versus
so
outsourcing?
We currently have an in-house team that's in utilities. This would add a second team to that. And part of the 715 is staffing. A part of that is other expenses, so additional trucks, for instance. So those would be one-time expenses. So I think that breaks out about $400,000 in ongoing, $300,000 in one-time. So that, potential some savings if we had to hire some outside help for certain larger cleanups, but it's essentially just to double our capacity.
Great. So $300K in one time and $400K annually ongoing.
About, yeah.
Okay. So straw poll, Lauren's proposal to not spend the $710,000 additional for the additional crew. So I guess raise your hand if you support a proposal to not spend the money. Throw your hands up if you.
It's a little. Yeah. I hate yes or no.
Okay, well, at a certain point, we do have to take a vote on something, but I did not see majority support for the proposal. And then separately, to not spend the 80,000 on the newly created trash. So you can raise your hand if you're in favor of not spending that money. Okay, we got a couple, two and a half.
I feel like that $80,000 is for CU students, and that's part of the reasons why I felt that how is CU helping? And I don't see the necessity of putting that money toward that particular program without knowing what is CU doing as well as a partner. So that's why I would not support it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying. But perhaps we can also reach out to CU because more partnership in this area would be, I think, fantastic. Okay, so we didn't see majority support for those. Those were the specific proposals on the table. So I think we've got the majority saying to adopt the budget as proposed. So I wonder if we could get motion language up on the screen.
You can. So sharing over here. There we go. So the first two are the easier ones. These are ordinances 8536 and 8538. They're the second and fourth ordinances that you have on your agenda. These are the mill levy, that's setting our mill levy, and the fees. So those are not changing based off of the discussion this evening. And then the second are a little bit more complicated, and then I took a shot at a third bullet point on the first one. So the first one, 8535, is your budget. So that sets our estimated expenditures. So we have the correct numbers, so those we'll need, and Teresa will kick me if I'm wrong on this. We need the exact number so that you can approve that same number on second reading in 2 weeks. So that's why those new numbers are in there on both. The first one, again, is for the estimated expenditure because that's the budget, so our plan in spending for 23. The third bullet is some direction related to the performance measures, so you can take or leave that because I did that literally while you were talking. And then the second one is 8537. That is the appropriation ordinance for each fund, so you need the exact dollar number for the appropriation for the funds that we're changing. And again, the three funds that we're suggesting changing based on the discussion tonight is the general fund appropriation, the CCRS appropriation, and correcting the Boulder Junction Improvement Fund.
Who wants to take a crack?
Yeah, I have a question. Do we have to read every word that's on that suggested motion language screen to Teresa? Or what? I will make a motion, and I'm going to read it all unless you tell me I don't have to.
Could we just say the ordinance number and then say with the language as proposed?
I understand
the
question. Let me confer for a second.
We'll get started.
I'm going to start reading it.
Yeah, go for
I would like to make a motion to order published by title only, Ordinance 8535, adopting a budget for the City of Boulder, Colorado for the fiscal year commencing on the first day of January 2023 and ending on the last day of December 2023, and setting forth related details. With the noted staff amendments, I gotta read all this. Setting the total general fund estimated expenditure of $188,400, 343 cents. The total community culture and safety tax fund appropriation at $30,561,000. Or is it thousand? Is that a dot? And $248, and correcting the Boulder Junction Improvement Fund to total appropriation at $250,000. The new total estimated expenditures across all funds of $582,108,906, and noted direction to develop additional performance measures integrated with our homelessness strategies related to safe and managed public spaces. And
Do we have to vote on these separately, Alicia, or can we do them as a group? Separately.
You can do them as a group, sir, because they were presented as a group, and you also can do a show of hands.
Okay, great. We'll keep
Number
going.
2, motion to order published by title only, Ordinance 8537, appropriating money to, defray expenses and liabilities of the City of Boulder, Colorado for the 2023 fiscal year of the City of Boulder, commencing on the first day of January 2023 and ending on the last day of December 2023, and setting forth related details with a noted staff amendment, setting the general fund appropriation of $188,400,000, $343. The total community culture and safety tax fund appropriation at $30,561,248, and correcting the Boulder Junction Improvement Fund to a total appropriation at $250,000. The new total appropriation across all funds, $582,000. $1,108,906.
Keep going, keep going.
Wait, there's more. And a motion to order published by title only, ordinance 8536, establishing the 2022 City of Boulder property tax mill levies, which are to be collected by the County of Boulder, State of Colorado, within the City of Boulder in 2023 for payment of expenditures by the City of Boulder, County of Boulder, State of Colorado, and setting forth related details. And a motion to order published by title only, ordinance 8538, amending chapter 4-20 and section 3-8-3 Boulder Revised Code 1981, changing certain fees and setting forth related details.
Have a drink of water. Do we have a second? All right, we got a motion and a second. Do we need any further discussion, or can we move to vote? All right, move to vote.
Do I have a chance to say something after?
You can say it now or after.
I'll just explain myself, because again, lesson I learned a while back. I will be voting no, and I don't want that to dismiss the amount of work that's been done. This budget is transformational. Where I'm really concerned is that we spent $3 million a year and a half ago on a program that was intended to be helpful in a number of regards. Here we are a year and a half later, looking at spending another almost $3 million total that includes a $1.3 million enhancement to a program that we still don't have measures of successful outcomes, and how we are kind of integrating this with our overall homelessness strategy. And I'm not able to support the budget without some of that information.
Duly noted. Right, all in favor, raise your hand. All right, looks like we got a 7 vote and all opposed. All right. Okay, well, thank you so much. I know that an incredible amount of work went into this, and so appreciate, I think, how you've listened to the community, how you've listened to council, and come up with, I think, is, as Nicole said, a transformational budget. So thanks so much to all the staff members that are here for all of your incredibly hard work. Thank you. So we got to talk timing here. We generally agree not to start items after 10:30. It's 10:26. I think I've heard that planning staff is game for doing East Boulder subcommunity. If we are game, I am personally. Yep.
I am not. I think starting a 40-minute, which will not be over in 40 minutes, hearing at 10:30 at night is frankly absurd. Not a question of whether we can do it. Of course we can do it. We ought not to do it. If it can be moved to another evening, we ought to give it the full consideration it is due, and not have a bunch of people nodding out
and
at home and here.
Duly noted. We do have staff who've been waiting all evening for this, I will say.
I'll be right back. Well, maybe they would have been here anyway.
Not Kathleen.
To sit through the gripping budget discussion. I agree with Mark. I don't think we should start this at 10:30. I do note that we have a special council meeting scheduled for next week, which has a very, very light schedule on it. I know that Aaron, you will be gone. You could send in a hotline post with your thoughts, although I suspect the outcome will not be a controversial one. But I'm concurring with Mark. I'm also working on an 11-hour time difference right now, so I'm really, really tired myself. I may go into the kitchen and not come back. So I would kick this to the next meeting.
Okay.
There is room on the next meeting, I'll say.
Maybe I can offer an alternative, because what we didn't mention is the thing at the end, which is regarding diapers and menstrual products, which is 15 minutes. So are we good taking that on, but maybe pushing because I don't want to skip both, and if that allows staff to get chewing on that, then we give them that opportunity. Are you guys okay doing the 15 on that?
Yeah.
Friendly amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say we keep doing this to staff where we have you stick around really long, and then we kind of cut off the presentation and things. So I sort of feel like you all stuck around for us. I'm willing to stick around for you. I also think that there's only a couple people who are on for the public hearing on the next item, but I think there are a couple members of the public too. And I think it's, yeah.
We do have 2 members signed up for the public hearing. But let's decide quickly. Good.
Can we do a straw poll
Yeah,
to know
sure.
who's interested in sticking around? I mean, after this impassioned plea for staff. So
Yeah.
I think I'll vote yes to stay.
Mayor, so if you want to continue, if you want to take an item up after 10:30, that would require a vote that is a majority. If you, if the council wants to agree to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock, which with a 40-minute item, you may consider that would require a 2/3.
So I'll stay for staff and for the 2 members of the public who've signed up and have been waiting around. But all in favor?
Did we make a motion? I was just going to make a motion if it
Go
needed
ahead.
to be done.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting and dig into the next 2 items.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? We got a majority. I apologize, guys.
That's
We're
2/3.
so tired, but we can be,
2/3. We got it.
yep, yeah, so, but we can be expeditious. Come on down.
Okay, so then here. Alicia, do you want to formally get to the next item? Thank you.
All righty, thank you. Our next item on tonight's agenda is flip my pages. Item 5B, the consideration of a motion to approve the following items related to the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan. We have 4 items. Item number 1 is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8544, which is amending sections 9-2-19 on rezoning. We have item number 2, consideration of a motion to adopt the BVCP land use map changes for the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. Item number 3 is the consideration of a motion to amend Chapter 5 of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. And item 4 is the consideration of additional amendments to the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan.
With eternal gratitude, we will pass that over to Kathleen King.
Thank you. Great to be with you. I will be quick, and I'm excited to talk about East Boulder again tonight. So, am I close enough to the mic? Am I coming through? Okay, great. So my name is Kathleen King. I'm a principal planner in the city's comprehensive planning group. Tonight we have a staff presentation to walk through the 4 items that council is considering. Happy to take any clarifying questions after the presentation. We will move to a public hearing related to the BVCP updates and a proposed ordinance, and then council will move into deliberation and decisions. The 4 items for council's consideration tonight are first an amendment to the comprehensive plan, which will add a summary of the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. Next, we'll look at updating the BVCP land use map to align with the land use plan included in the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. This is a first step in the implementation of the plan. And then you will consider an ordinance that will amend our rezoning criteria to help implement the subcommunity plan. Finally, council will consider whether to make any additional amendments to the subcommunity plan. So the public hearing on plan adoption has been completed. We did that in May. So tonight's hearing is really focused on updates to the BVCP and the proposed ordinance. As a reminder, council held a joint public hearing with Planning Board on the East Boulder Subcommunity Plan on May 3rd. Planning Board moved to adopt the plan with amendments on May 5. City Council also moved to adopt the plan on May 17 with some of the proposed amendments and the addition of new amendments. So Planning Board considered those new amendments this past July and also approved land use changes and moved to recommend the ordinance you're considering. The plan with the 12 amendments included in the packet is considered adopted by both bodies. So tonight, if council moves to make any additional amendments to the plan, staff will revisit Planning Board, as both the board and City Council must adopt the same amendments to finalize the adoption process. If there are no additional amendments, the plan is considered final and we can move fully into the implementation phase.
So the first item for consideration is the summary of the sub-community plan. Chapter 5 of the comp plan includes summaries of significant area and sub-community plans. Council members received a copy of the summary as an attachment to the memo in your packet. This is another item where both planning board and city council need to approve the summary for this update to be included to the BVCP. Planning board approved the summary on July 19th. The next item to consider is a change to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Land Use Map. The BVCP land use map depicts the desired land use pattern in Boulder and is intended to serve as a guide for future land use and transportation decisions. The land use map is different than the zoning map, but does offer guidance for zoning considerations. All property owners whose property is being considered for a land use change and all property owners within 600 feet of a property considered for a land use change were notified by mail of the proposed change and the public hearing dates. Around 20 community members contacted staff with questions about the change and clarification around the differences between land use and zoning. The process and criteria for changes to the BVCP land use map are outlined in the comp plan. Land use map changes related to a sub-community plan can be conducted anytime and require approval by both planning board and city council. The changes should meet the criteria described in the comp plan. This criteria describes that the proposed changes must be consistent with the policies and intent of the comp plan, not have significant cross-jurisdictional impacts, would not materially affect growth projections that were the basis of the comp plan, don't materially affect urban services, would not affect the CIP, and would not affect Area 2 or 3 boundaries in the comprehensive plan. Staff finds that the proposed changes meet the criteria, and planning board moved to adopt the land use map changes on July 19. Along with the land use map changes, staff has prepared an ordinance for council's consideration that will help implement the sub-community plan into the future. The ordinance amends section 9219 of the Boulder Revised Code, which describes criteria for rezoning. The amendment provides staff, planning board, and council with a tool to make sure we can implement the plan when considering individual rezoning applications. Without this in place, a rezoning could move forward without consideration of the sub-community plan. Staff anticipates that we have a lot of work ahead of us related to code updates and rezoning considerations. So this amendment allows us to make sure that if redevelopment occurs concurrent with the city's development of new regulations, we can still work with projects to implement the vision of the plan. So here's where we are with plan adoption. The plan itself has been substantially adopted. In May, council put forward 3 amendments for planning board's consideration. 2 of the 3 were approved, and all of the amendments which have been adopted by both bodies are included in the packet. The amendment that did not pass was related to language council proposed be added to policy H1 concerning rezonings of properties located along Western Avenue west of 55th Street. Council proposed this amendment to ensure redevelopment in the area supports compatible uses. The northern neighbor to these parcels on the other side of the railroad is a heavy manufacturing site, currently home to Cordon Pharma. Concerns described for potential residents of this area included noise and light. Planning board really had a very robust discussion on this amendment and considered a variety of alternatives to the land use map, to the place types map, thought about different densities, and tried to figure out, a way to maintain the number of units that the plan was proposing, but maybe not include a residential mix in this area. Ultimately, the board chose not to adopt the amendment to policy H1, believing that a well-regulated future mixed-use development in the area can be compatible with a heavy manufacturing use to the north. Developing those tools and making recommendations about zoning changes in the area is really our first charge in implementing the sub-community plan. Our team is currently considering zoning options, and we will be studying choices to move this forward, bringing recommendations to Planning Board and City Council in the next year. Additionally, to support the TDM focus and infrastructure needs of the 55th and Arapahoe Station area, we will also begin working on the establishment of a general improvement district or another similar type of organization to help implement the adopted 55th and Arapahoe Station area plan. So I have some suggested motion language. Hopefully that was pretty quick, but we can move to clarifying questions or the public hearing.
Thanks, Kathleen. That was very informative, but also quick, so appreciate it.
Okay, great.
So I'll kick off, if I may, with a question. I get a couple questions. So we've heard from some property owners in the area of concerns that they fear they might not be able to develop the plans they already had under their existing zoning. But just want to see if I have this right. So my understanding is that any potential future rezonings would be optional for these property owners, right? So that they can hang on to their existing zoning if they want. And then we're still developing the zoning standards that will apply. There will be public input into that process. And so we'll be able to hear from all parties as we develop those additional zoning standards. Is that all correct?
So yes, we are moving forward with putting together zoning recommendations, and we'll include the public in any form-based code updates we make or zoning recommendations that we would make. We don't have a recommendation yet whether we would pursue a general rezoning where the city would actually initiate a series of rezonings, or whether we might have, like a preferred zoning map. And if a property owner wanted to rezone, he or she could come in and work with staff to pursue that type of a rezoning. So it could happen in two ways, and we don't have a recommendation yet.
Okay, but we'll be heavily involving the public and property owners and any other interested parties throughout that whole process.
Yes, and any rezoning, anybody within the general area gets noticed. There's a public hearing at Planning Board, a public hearing at City Council, so there'll be a lot of opportunities.
Great. Other questions?
Yeah, if I can follow up on what Aaron said. One of the concerns of property owners is that they don't want to be in a position where any expansion of their current operations would be rendered non-conforming because of a zoning change. Can we give them any assurance that if you have a business now, you will have the opportunity or the possibility of expansion, if that's your desire, and still be consistent with the zoning?
Yeah, I think, the vision of the plan is that we are expanding the types of allowed uses in this area, not that we would be restricting any of the current uses. So does that answer your question?
If that's what we're doing, yes, it does.
Okay,
And I think that's an important thing to say to the property owners, that they're not going to be out of business for inability to expand.
That's right.
Okay.
I think I'm just going to kind of echo, but maybe say it a little different. But to be clear, this isn't a downzoning, right?
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
And kind of coincides with what we talked about with site review when we were doing that criteria about creating more predictability. And I think that's maybe the concern here, at least mine anyway, with regards to these business owners, is just creating an environment where there's some more predictability, especially in an area that might be seen as going under acute evolution. Still providing some predictability, I think, is really essential. So I think that the language that was certainly brought forth by Aaron in the hotline, I think, is a helpful way for us to kind of allow some of that predictability so that they can make plans for their future. So I think that's a good direction to head. So thank you.
Great.
Yeah, and I figure I'd come in comments and put forward that proposal that I had in our discussion period. But, yeah, but thanks for calling it. I'll get to it here before too long. Good. Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, then we can go to the public hearing. And we have So I didn't see one. There we go. Thank you. All right, we've got two virtual commenters. We've got Lynn Siegel and Mark Painter. So each one of you will have 3 minutes to speak since there are fewer than 15 speakers. And we will start with Lynn Siegel.
I do not support this plan. I do not support CU South. This is growth for the sake of growth. It's not infill. It's not, the city is not doing anything about what we heard tonight from all the people about the homeless issue and problem. The city is not addressing this in a fundamental way. There's greater growth, wealth inequality as exemplified by the 8,000 square foot estate that's being demolished below the radar of the public because you don't even record landmark design review committee meetings. You say you don't have enough money to press the record button. This is obscene. You want to create more wealth inequity? Tear down a perfectly good 8,000 square foot estate? Then you do not need East Boulder subcommunity. If you do things right and you make the developer pay, then I could approve something like this, but you don't. What you do is make the problem worse and then react. And this is my money. And I can't afford the rising sales tax, not the rising sales tax, the rising property tax on me and everyone else. Is making it more and more unaffordable in Boulder with your wealth inequity for 311 being supported with 7 city subsidies, 300 parking spaces, and then the developer just decides to sell off their affordable housing element at Frew House. Cash in lieu. I was there for all those meetings late into the night about all the details. They were going to have 9 car shares and all of the things that this great senior community at Frew House was going to be. And then they can just turn around and sell it. I don't trust the city of Boulder. It's obscene what's going on here, and it's no surprise that there was this indictment tonight by so many people, and it's long-standing, and it goes on year after year after year. No change. I won't accept East Boulder Subcommunity Plan. It's growth for the sake of growth, just like CU South.
Lynn, your time is up, but you can email us any additional comments you have. Now we have Mark Painter.
Good evening. I'm trying to figure out what I want to say at this point because you all stole my thunder a little by getting the confirmations out. I'm Mark Painter. I've been an attorney here in town for over 3 decades. And you obviously have my letter and the letter from Jeff Wingert from WW Reynolds. The commercial property owners on the task force strongly supported creating all these incentives and the right to have housing in this area in furthering the comp plan. As you've noted, our concern really is that as written right now, an owner could be at risk that a proposed, say, 5,000 square foot expansion of an industrial building in order to keep a valued tenant could end up being conditioned by the city on also including housing in the redevelopment. That wasn't a possibility that the commercial property owners thought was there coming out of the task force, though they definitely believe in incentivizing housing as an option And that's great where it fits with adjacent uses. It's financeable based on there being demand for it, and it's appropriate for the owner. I want to make sure that the reason I'm participating in this is just to make sure that there's good direction and reassurance going forward into the rest of the process, that those owners that do have plans over the coming years for their properties are able to pursue those plans. And if it does make sense, and if the incentives are there, or even if it makes sense without incentives to include housing, that's an additional option, not a mandatory requirement for the development of properties in those industrial zones. And since I think you've covered those issues, if you can just provide that direction to staff as we go forward in the rest of the process, we would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. All right, so that brings us to the end of the public hearing. And so we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. If you all don't mind, if I just kick things off, just because I did send out some proposed amended code language this afternoon on Hotline. And do we have that available, Kathleen, for display?
Yes, I do.
And the intent of this is to just be more specific about when we would consider or when we would not consider a rezoning request, right? Because the staff requested the original code amendment so that people wouldn't rezone before we had the standards in place to govern the future rezonings, right? So I just asked for some additional specificity about when we would consider and when we would not, and worked with the planning department and Hella Panawig, the attorney in that area, to come up with proposed updated language. So happy to answer any questions or discuss about that, but just wanted to get that out there. Comments?
If we had a court stenographer, I would say just repeat what I said earlier in questions, because it was basically a comment.
Mm.
But love what you did on the hotline, so yes.
Okay, great, thanks. I can call on myself. So I'm seeing some nodding heads and such. But anyway, I think it's fantastic. We've already adopted the plan, right? But now we're doing the associated land uses and these standards. So exciting to see this moving forward. Just to Mr. Painter's point in some of the emails that we got, the intention, the plan as written does not prevent people from making small additions to buildings. And certainly we'll be working with the public and property owners as we shape the rezoning standards to make sure that, I think the intention is to give flexibility and options as we move towards a more multi-use housing-oriented future in this area, but not to prevent people from kind of following through the plans they may have had for a long time. So I think that is the intention, and when we get to the rezonings, we'll make sure that that's implemented that way as well. That's certainly what I would say. But yeah, go ahead, Nicole.
I just had a question on that, Aaron, just so that I make sure to understand. Is what you're proposing, does that affect in any way kind of the overall amount of housing that we're expecting to get out of this sub-community plan? How does that change anything in terms of the housing units that we're looking at?
It does not at all. It just, I think, expresses an intention that the plan is to give people options as we move towards that more multi-use future. But it does not affect the amount of allowed housing in the plan at all.
And I guess it's not so much the allowed housing, but the housing that we're going to get out of this. Does it affect the housing that's going to come out of this? So if we do this amendment, can people just decide to not do housing?
I think if a property owner that owns property currently zoned industrial had a plan to redevelop it as industrial property in the next year or two, yes, they would be allowed to do that. So you can bring forward a proposal that does not include housing. It's allowed under the current zoning. But that's not anything different from what the plan states. Did I answer your question? Okay. So if people don't mind, maybe I can make a motion. But with this language, there's a lot of words.
Yes.
When I make a motion, can I say with the language as proposed on the hotline email from this afternoon?
Oh, my mic's been hot the whole time.
Yeah, we heard all those crazy things you said earlier.
Yeah.
It was,
Yes, because the hotline is a form of public notice, so the language did go out to the public in advance. Therefore, you could reference it in your motion.
Great. So I will go ahead and make a motion to amend the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan to add a summary of the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan to Chapter 5, approve the BVCP land use map changes for the Sub-Community Plan area, including the new MUTOD land use designation, and adopt Ordinance 8544, amending Section 9-219 rezoning BRC 1991 by adding rezoning standards to implement the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan and setting forth related details with the amendment that was sent out on the hotline this afternoon.
Second.
Any further discussion? In that case, should we do a vote?
All right, sir. This roll call vote will start with Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weiner.
Yes.
Yates.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
And Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Ordinance state 4 items pertaining to the East Boulder Sub-Community Plan was hereby all approved unanimously.
Thanks so much and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
We did that in 25 minutes, all right? That's pretty good. So we have one more item that I think we can power through in less than 15 as well.
Yes, sir. That's item number 8 on tonight's agenda, 8A, the discussion on eliminating local taxes on certain products such as diapers and menstrual products in the city of Boulder.
Rachel?
Yep, I think we can do this in 2 minutes. I'm basically asking for a straw poll to see if we would like for staff to look into following the state's lead on not taxing dignity. So there's a movement to end taxes on period, diaper, and incontinence products. Some of our peer cities have already gotten on board with this, and I believe staff has a brief 2-slide presentation maybe for this, and they've done some back-of-the-envelope estimations for how much it might lose us in tax revenue if we stop taxing these products.
We do, and I know that our finance team is available to discuss. Cara?
So thank you, and I can pop up the presentation if you need, but it was sent out to hotline, so maybe.
Right into the mic.
Great.
Carl.
We'll go close to the
There you
mic.
go. Yeah.
We have the presentation, but the information was sent out via hotline, so I'm just here to answer questions if you want, or we can show the 2 slides.
We're speed reading tonight, so maybe no slides, and let's see if anyone has questions.
My only question is for the public.
Yep.
In the recording, it might be helpful to have the 2 slides up in case people want to review this at another time and see it. So,
Anyone rewatching this later might want to see them, that's right.
Then
Okay.
give us a quick moment, and we will get those slides up. Do you have the slides?
If you like carrots, you can bring them up over here too.
Okay, I'll go quick. So this is the information that was provided in hotline, and we have done a preliminary estimate on the potential annual revenue impact if we did exempt these products from sales tax. That's $236,000. That's across all of our sales tax funds, so the general fund would be a little less than half of that. We just put up there our methodology. We followed the Colorado Department of Revenue's methodology. We would need to do more work with regard to our demographics and such, and more analysis to get a a more specific estimate, but that's a good estimate for right now. And we also looked at what other municipalities were that we surveyed or reviewed have gone down this path, and there are 3 that have already exempt the hygiene products and 2 that have exempt the incontinence products and the diapers. But we do know other communities are considering this as well.
I'll just ask a quick question. So if we give this nod of 5, next steps would be?
To do a better analysis and then work with City Attorney's Office on draft language for exemption ordinance.
So it'd be an ordinance, and then would there be an adjustment to base to remove collections, or is it just
if we did
ordinance?
it, if we did it effective January 1 or something like that, or I don't know if we could do it that quickly. Probably, it probably could be pretty straightforward. And yeah, we would just maybe reduce the budget by that amount, but I think that the budget is sufficient that there probably wouldn't need to be any expenditure changes.
Because I think we have enough revenue coming in that there's that much wiggle room in the budget.
I agree.
Okay, good. Judy?
Just a quick question. I'm wondering, Colorado City's exemption data is of 16 municipalities. We know there's more than 16 municipalities in Colorado, so I'm wondering.
This is just the preliminary work that we did. We were mindful of not doing too much work until we had a nod of 5 from council, so this was just.
And I have a quick comment as well. I'll just make it. So I'm in full support, and I'm wondering, is it going to cost us as much money to do this research, or are you going to hire a consultant? Because if it's only $200,000, why are we doing more research on it when we know it's good? It serves a public good, so I'm just trying to understand that a little better.
And we can follow council's lead. If you don't need much more research, we wouldn't do much more research, but.
I second Junie. Yes.
Okay. I had Nicole and then Mark.
Yeah, I think that takes care of one of my questions, which is what is the work that would be lost if we did this or postponed, right? And, I think kind of just another question in general is this, we can think of it like a $230,000-ish investment, right? Is that the right place, to make the difference that we're wanting to have? I mean, I think these are sort of the bigger questions I'm supportive. And I think that these are just questions we need to be thinking about every time we're spending money. And I think the other question that I have is how does this fit in with some of the other thinking that finance and the city are doing around other revenue streams, right? Other ways of getting money. Because I've heard, I know we've had conversations. I've heard it brought up in the past. Sales tax is not the nicest way to generate revenue for our city. It really is a regressive tax. It is hitting the people who need the most support the most. So I know that we're already thinking about how we can change our revenue stream to be more equitable. So I'm just curious how this fits in with that.
I agree. I think it's been on our plan and agenda to work with the Financial Strategy Committee to examine our revenue mix and examine it from various perspectives. And so looking at what products we tax, the exemptions, what are other revenue sources that we could possibly contemplate in the future. But that is work that is on the agenda.
And Mark and then Rachel.
Can I just follow up on that? So what I would love in pursuing this is also taking in some learning and knowledge about how we can do this for other things as well. I have an issue with taxing food, for example, basic human need, those kinds of things, right? So I would love if we could if we move forward with this, think about how this process can be applied to other, what I would consider kind of basic needs in the future.
We can do that. Mark?
I'm supportive, and I don't really need to see a lot more research, provided you can give me some assurance that the $200,000+ is not really $500,000+. I mean, if there's a degree of uncertainty on your part, then it's probably worthwhile doing a little more analysis. If you think that the numbers you've cited are at the upper end, and it's highly likely that it's going to come in lower, then I would say we could move forward without looking at it in any more detail. But at some point, it looks like real money, and I would just want to at least know what that is and not be surprised that we have to suddenly do an offset to something else in order to do this. I would still be supportive, but then you'd want to know what the offset is. So I guess I leave it to you to tell us whether or not the number that we were just looking at is at the high end, or we might get a surprise if we did a little more analysis.
So that's a little hard to, you don't know what you don't know. But we definitely think just with our retail mix in Boulder, there's probably a good chance that, for example, diapers are potentially being purchased at big box stores, not in Boulder.
Mm-hmm.
So we think we may be overestimating with respect to those because people buy them in bulk, and so for the other two products, it's really a demographic look because we use the Colorado methodology, but that's for the entire state. That's called demographics, and we don't know if our, I think we just would have to look more closely. But I can't imagine that it would be double. My gut tells me it wouldn't be double.
Would a year's experience give us more information? Would we have any idea? Would we know?
Would what give us more idea?
A year's experience.
I think it would be challenging to discern.
Okay.
And if I may, I just wanted to clarify that the kind of research or additional work would, I would assume that we would just want to make sure that we're coming to you with the right numbers, but what we wouldn't do is continue to survey municipalities, continue to do more of that research. I think that's what I'm hearing, right? Like, it seems like there is support, move forward, and then we just need to make sure that we're giving you the right monetary, financial information on what that impact is.
Yeah, I don't need to see what they're doing elsewhere. I think this is something we could support.
Rachel, then Matt, and then maybe we can vote.
If it's a vote, I don't know. Just wanted to say that the information I have is that these taxes fall disproportionately on people who can least afford them, including communities of color, families struggling financially, and older adults on fixed income. So hopefully, the one thing that I would hope we would get back is that it gets run through the racial equity instrument. I assume it would, but just flagging that. Thanks. And thank you, everyone, for considering.
So I'll just add personal experience to Kara's point. Having just recently got a kid out of diapers myself, big box bulk diaper purchase was how it was done. So I'm almost certain we're over on that. Can I just go ahead and just say, like, can we just move straight to ordinance? Can that be my suggestion for us to vote on, not study, and just let's just straw poll going straight to making an ordinance, get in front of us as soon as possible, and move this on and provide some folks relief?
Yeah, so I'll run with that to say that to the point of not needing lots of extra research, right? So I think if we do a nod of 5, it could be about bringing us an ordinance with better numbers, right? So a little more research on the numbers. But yeah, I don't think we need a study session on this if council is approving, for example. Okay. All right, so this is a nod of 5, so I think we do have a vote to pursue this and ask staff to bring back an ordinance on this question. So all in favor? Okay, that looks like everybody. Thanks, Rachel, for bringing this forward.
You're welcome. And is this a good time to say happy birthday to our city attorney?
In an hour.
Come on, if we drag it out, do we sing happy birthday? I don't know.
Should I make a motion to extend the meeting just for Teresa?
Oh, that's a good point. Let's keep this party going for another hour, and then we can really celebrate. Did you have something, Judy?
And to make before the end of our meeting earlier, and I think this is a theme that I've heard in a lot of the public comments and during the public hearing as well, which is that people feel like they're not being heard. And I'm wondering, whoever's on the community engagement, I wonder, are you looking at, we just recently got a new system on how people send us emails, and I can say to you, I've just heard something, but I have a hard time knowing when someone is sending an email to me or whether I should respond. Before, it was much easier for me to respond to emails and knowing that this email was to me. And I went through the website and I looked around. People can pick us individually, but I wonder, does this new website, the layout, does it make it easier for community members to reach out to us or harder? Thank you.
I don't want to get into a whole discussion. It's late. I think maybe if we can take that as a question, and maybe we can ask engagement and
Maybe
communication
take to
staff.
CAC that we have an engagement update on that.
Yeah, so I think that would be the direction to go. Thanks for bringing that up, Jeannie. And Matt, did you have something? The Deborah Swearingen? Yeah.
So just, and bummer she's not here, but tonight was the first and last night for a Daily Camera news reporter, Deborah Swearingen. She is leaving the Daily Camera. So ironically, she was working this beat from the beginning of the pandemic and had effectively never stepped foot in this building to cover council. Tonight was her first and her last night. She'll be leaving the paper. So if she's out there, hopefully she's sleeping. But if she's listening, we wish her the best of luck in her new endeavors and appreciate all the great work that she has done covering the sometimes great work and sometimes monotonous work that we might pull off. But anyway, thank you for your tireless work, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.
Nuria, do you think when you reply back on that city council, it still does a reply all when you don't want to?
Okay. So, so best luck in your future endeavors, Deborah. And thanks for all your coverage over the years. All right, so folks, we're going to go ahead and gavel the meeting closed at 11:10. Thanks, everybody.